the Security Council will be able to agree on the resolution as soon as possible, but we need the necessary time to come to an agreement.
Ambassador, the vote has been delayed to 5:30. We know that the Arab and OIC ministers are meeting Secretary of State Blinken in Washington at 4:30. What has France done to put some pressure on the Americans to not block this resolution?
Well, my point is that we need an agreement. The last thing the Security Council needs today is another showdown and another failure. So I don't think we need a resolution that will be rejected. I think it would lead us nowhere. I think it will be a disaster. So what we need is an agreement. And we are 15 members, so we need to talk, we need to engage, we need to discuss further. So we need to combine two constraints. First, there is an emergency. I think the situation is tragic, so I don't think we can wait forever. But rushing to a vote without negotiating would be a big mistake. So I think 5:30 p.m. is too early. I'm not sure we will get to an agreement, so we will need the necessary time to really negotiate and to make sure that all members of the Council can agree on a text, meaning that there will be no objection by one permanent members or others. So I think, you know, this Article 27 of the Charter, meaning you need 9 votes and the absence of negative vote from 1P5. So we need to keep that in mind. This is a reality. A resolution, failing because of a veto, it's a failure of the Security Council, and it will be bad for the people. On November 15, we were able to agree on the first step. It was a modest resolution. I think it's not enough. We need to go 1, 2, or 3 steps further now, but a resolution that failed will be a mistake. So we need now more time to negotiate. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the sooner the better, of course. The situation is absolutely a disaster. But we cannot rush and drive the Security Council car against the wall. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Buenos días. Declaro abierta la sesión número 9498 del Consejo de Seguridad.
Meeting of the Security Council is called to order.
En el orden del día provisional para esta sesión figura el siguiente tema: la situación en Medio Oriente, incluida la cuestión palestina. Queda aprobado el orden del día. De conformidad con el artículo 37 del Reglamento Provisional del Consejo, invito a participar en esta sesión a los representantes de Egipto, Indonesia, Israel y Qatar. Así queda acordado. Propongo que el Consejo invite al observador permanente del Estado observador de Palestina ante las Naciones Unidas a participar en esta sesión, de conformidad con el reglamento provisional y la práctica establecida al respecto. Como no hay objeciones, así queda acordado. De conformidad con el artículo 39 del reglamento provisional del Consejo, invito también a la excelentísima señora Hida Sampson, representante de la delegación de la Unión Europea ante las Naciones Unidas, a participar en esta sesión. Así queda acordado. El Consejo de Seguridad comenzará ahora el examen del tema 2 del orden del día. Debo señalar a la atención de los miembros del Consejo en el documento S-2023-962, que contiene una carta de fecha 6 de diciembre del 2023 dirigida a la Presidencia del Consejo de Seguridad por el Secretario General. Doy ahora la palabra al Secretario General, excelentísimo señor Antonio Guterres.
Señor Presidente, gracias por convocar esta reunión del Consejo de Seguridad en respuesta a mi carta del 6 de diciembre sobre la situación en Gaza y Israel. Mr. President, Excellencies, I wrote to the Security Council invoking Article 99 because we are at the breaking point. There is a high risk of the total collapse of the humanitarian support system in Gaza, which would have devastating consequences. We anticipate that it would result in a complete breakdown of public order and increased pressure for mass displacement into Egypt. I fear the consequences could be devastating for the security of the entire region. We have already seen the spillover in the occupied West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. There is clearly, in my view, a serious risk of aggravating existing threats to the maintenance of international peace and security. The risk of collapse of the humanitarian system is fundamentally linked with the complete lack of safety and security for our staff in Gaza, and with the nature and intensity of military operations which are severely limiting access to people in desperate need. The threat to the safety and security of United Nations staff in Gaza is unprecedented. More than 130 of my colleagues have already been killed, many with their families. This is the largest single loss of life in the history of our organization. Some of our staff take their children to work so they know they will live or die together. Colleagues have shared heartbreaking messages from staff members pleading for help. The Under-Secretary General of the Department of Safety and Security has advised me that all possible means of mitigating the risk to staff within Gaza, short of evacuation, are closed off because of the way this conflict has evolved. I cannot emphasize strongly enough that the UN is totally committed to stay and deliver for the people of Gaza. And I pay tribute to the heroic humanitarian aid workers who remain committed to their work despite the enormous dangers to their health and their lives. But the situation is simply becoming untenable. The Council called in Resolution 2712, and I quote, for the scaling up of the provision of such supplies to meet the humanitarian needs of the civilian population, especially children, end quote. I deeply regret to inform the Council that under current conditions on the ground, the fulfillment of this mandate has become impossible. The conditions for the effective delivery of humanitarian aid no longer exist. The crossing point at Rafah was not designed for hundreds of trucks and is a major bottleneck. But even if sufficient supplies were permitted into Gaza, intense bombardment and hostilities, Israeli restrictions on movement, fuel shortages, and interrupted communications make it impossible for UN agencies and their partners to reach most of the people in need. Between 3 and 5 December, the 2 days preceding my letter, the UN could only distribute aid in one of Gaza's 5 governorates, Rafah. Elsewhere, access was impossible. People are desperate, fearful, and angry, and in some cases, they have expressed their anger towards our own staff. Mr. President, all this takes place amid a spiraling humanitarian nightmare. First, there is no effective protection of civilians. More than 17,000 Palestinians have reportedly been killed since the start of Israel's military operations. This includes more than 4,000 women and 7,000 children. Tens of thousands are reported to have been injured, and many are missing, presumably under the rubble. And all these numbers are increasing by the day. Attacks from air, land, and sea are intense, continuous, and widespread. So far, they have reportedly hit 339 education facilities, 26 hospitals, 56 healthcare facilities, 88 mosques, and 3 churches. Over 60% of Gaza's housing has reportedly been destroyed or damaged, some 300,000 houses and apartments. Some 85% of the population have been forced from their homes. The people of Gaza are being told to move like human pinballs, ricocheting between ever smaller slivers of the south without any of the basics for survival. But nowhere in Gaza is safe. At least 88 UNRWA shelters have been hit, killing over 270 people and injuring over 900. Conditions in shelters are overcrowded and unsanitary. People nurse open wounds. Hundreds of people stand in line for hours to use one shower or toilet. Families who have lost everything sleep on bare concrete floors, wearing clothes they have not changed for 2 months. Tens of thousands of Palestinians arrived in Rafah in recent days, overwhelming shelters there. Many displaced families, including children, older people, pregnant women, and people with disabilities, are sleeping in streets and public spaces across the city. Mr. President, second, Gazans are running out of food. According to the World Food Programme, there is a serious risk of starvation and famine. In northern Gaza, 97% of households are not eating enough. In the south, the figure among displaced people is 83%. Half the people of the north and more than 1/3 of displaced people in the south are simply starving. WFP's own food stocks are running out. In the north, 9 out of 10 people have spent at least 1 full day and night without food. The last functioning flour mill in Gaza was destroyed on 15 November. WFP has provided food and cash assistance to hundreds of thousands of people across Gaza since the crisis began and is ready to scale up its operations. However, that would require effective access to all people in need and at least 40 trucks of food supplies every day, many times the current level. Mr. President, third, Gaza health system is collapsing while needs are escalating. At least 286 health workers have been killed. Hospitals have suffered heavy bombardment. Just 14 out of 36 are still functioning. Of these, 3 are providing basic first aid, while the others are delivering partial services. The European Gaza Hospital, one of the 2 main hospitals in southern Gaza, has 370 beds. It is currently housing 1,000 patients and an estimated 70,000 people seeking shelter. There are critical shortages of drugs, blood products, and medical supplies. Fuel to run the hospitals is severely rationed. Many patients are being treated on the floor and without anesthetics. As patients with life-threatening injuries continue to arrive, wards are overflowing and staff are overwhelmed. At the same time, the unsanitary conditions in shelters and severe shortages of food and water are leading to increases in respiratory infections, scabies, jaundice, and diarrhea. Everything I just described represents an unprecedented situation that led to my unprecedented decision to invoke Article 99, urging the members of the Security Council to press to avert a humanitarian catastrophe and appealing for a humanitarian ceasefire to be declared. Mr. President, we are all aware that Israel began its military operations in response to the brutal terror attacks unleashed by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups on 7 October. I unreservedly condemn those attacks, and I'm appalled by the reports of sexual violence. There is no possible justification for deliberately killing some 1,200 people, including 33 children, injuring thousands more, and taking hundreds of hostages. Some 130 hostages are still held captive, and I call for their immediate and unconditional release, as well as their humane treatment and visits from the international community of the Red Cross until they are freed. At the same time, the brutality perpetrated by Hamas can never justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. And while indiscriminate rocket fire by Hamas into Israel and the use of civilians as human shields are in contravention with the laws of war, such conduct does not absolve Israel on its own violations. International humanitarian law includes the duty to protect civilians and to comply with the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution. The laws of war also demand that civilians' essential needs must be met, including by facilitating the unimpeded delivery of humanitarian relief. International humanitarian law cannot be applied selectively. It is binding on all parties equally at all times, and the obligation to observe it does not depend on reciprocity. Mr. President, the people of Gaza are looking into the abyss. The international community must do everything possible to end their ordeal. I urge the Council to spare no effort to push for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, for the protection of civilians, and for the urgent delivery of life-saving aid. While we deal with the current crisis, we cannot lose sight of the only viable possibility for a peaceful future: a two-state solution on the basis of United Nations resolutions and international law, with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security. This is vital for Israelis, Palestinians, and for the international peace and security. The eyes of the world and the eyes of history are watching. It's time to act, and I thank you.
Agradezco al secretario general por la información que ha proporcionado. Doy ahora la palabra al observador permanente del Estado, observador de Palestina.
Mr. President, I want to welcome you to New York and to congratulate you and your country for assuming the presidency of the Security Council for this month. And also I want to express our appreciation for the fact of having the Secretary General with us, for his principled position reflected in that letter that he circulated to you recently, and for his crystal clear and principled statement that he delivered to us. Mr. Secretary General, Thank you for being with us, and thank you for what you said, and thank you for, hopefully, the things that will be implemented from this moment moving forward. Colleagues, Mr. President, you are the third president of the Security Council to take office since Israel started its carpet bombing of the Gaza Strip. We hope that on this day and under your presidency, the Council will finally be able to call for an immediate ceasefire. Allow me to thank the Secretary General for his relentless efforts, for the clarity of his voice, for having upheld his sacred mission to stand up for the UN Charter and for the protection of civilians by calling early on and ever since for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Allow me also to thank, through him, the United Nations for their humanitarian efforts. The UN has been the subject of despicable attacks for honoring its mandate as formulated by member states. It is the duty of member states to reject and put an end to such attacks, especially at a time where UN personnel on the ground are also victims, many killed, wounded, and displaced. Mr. President, in 2 months, Israel has killed 17,000 Palestinians, including 7,000 children. It wounded over 40,000 Palestinians. It displaced 1.9 million Palestinians. It destroyed 2/3 of their homes. It attacked and besieged and destroyed and neutralized virtually all the hospitals. It bombed the bakeries. It attacked UN shelters. It attacked journalists. It cut off the electricity. It placed every possible impediment on humanitarian aid and access. And we are all supposed to pretend that this aggression is not aimed at the destruction of the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip, when it has besieged and bombed our people and deprived them of all requirements of life. I keep reading in the media, Israel has no clear war objectives. Are we supposed to pretend we don't know the objective is the ethnic cleansing of Gaza Strip? The dispossession of forcible displacement of the Palestinian people, when so many Israeli representatives could not refrain from admitting it. If you are against the destruction and displacement of the Palestinian people, you have to be in favor of an immediate ceasefire. When you refuse to call for a ceasefire, you are refusing to call for the only thing that can put an end to war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. This is how Israel is conducting the war, through atrocities. You can keep calling on it to protect civilians, to uphold the laws of war, to allow humanitarian aid in. It will keep toying with you, fooling you, forcing you to discuss the number of trucks while people still cannot get food, water, medicine. It will keep telling you if people only heeded its calls to head south, they would have been safe, while bombing them in the south itself. And now telling you it is creating imaginary safe zones while it continues killing people everywhere. It will explain to you that all of Gaza is a military target, that everyone in Gaza can be killed, since they are either terrorists or human shields. Enough is enough. They are playing games with you, and they're taking you for a ride, and you need to wake up and see reality as is. If 2 months of dehumanization and lies and massacres are not enough to make you understand Israel's plan, what will? Regardless of how good your intentions are, how genuine your efforts are, this is the moment of truth, as the Secretary General correctly stated a few minutes ago. The shame is not on those calling for a ceasefire in the face of such atrocities. It haunts those refusing to do so. Israel's objective is clear. It is to force people out, and regardless how many times some say it will not happen, everything confirms we were right from day one. We told you they will make Gaza unlivable for all, that they will displace the people, that they were pushing them south and killing them in the process, and that if eventually they will launch a full-fledged attack on the south to push people out. When facts show we are right, no one should persist in saying they could somehow allow this war to continue, but be against its true objectives. This war is part of the assault to end the Palestinian people as a nation and to destroy the question of Palestine. If you do not share this objective, you must stand against the war. The person leading this assault would sacrifice the Palestinian people and the Israeli people for his political, selfish survival, and is a sworn enemy of the two-state solution. His entire life has been dedicated to the annihilation of the Palestinian people and peace. He has been searching for an opportunity to put a definitive end to the national aspirations of the Palestinian people and to the aspirations for peace among Palestinians and Israelis. This is Netanyahu's war. This is the war of the extremist coalition in power in Israel. No one should get sucked into it any further. Its aim is not security. Its aim is to prevent forever any prospect of Palestinian independence and of peace. These intentions are clear in the Gaza Strip as well as in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. No one should pretend there is any question regarding the criminal nature of this assault. No one should pretend that those launching the bombs everywhere care at all about people held captive. No one should pretend that this war is targeting Hamas when almost all its victims are civilians, when 70% of those killed are women and children. Mr. President, we have hostages held by Israel as a means to terrorize and pressure our people. Children, women, men of all ages, by the thousands, including these days, those abducted in Gaza, humiliated and paraded in the streets, almost naked. We have 2 million hostages in the Gaza Strip. Our civilians have been attacked repeatedly. Our security and our very existence is under threat. Are we allowed to do what Israel does? The law should be upheld for everyone and against anyone. The same law that protects all civilians' life. There is no hierarchy of races or faith or nationalities. No one should take example from the horrors of the Second World War to justify horrors today against the Palestinian people. Everything we built as humanity after the Second World War was to prevent these horrors. Now they are taking place in Gaza against the Palestinian people. Displaced on the screens, displayed on the screens of the entire world, and the war criminals conducting it have no shame, and instead of being blamed, are blaming everyone else, attacking everyone. The Secretary General, who is upholding his sacred mission, who is standing by the UN Charter, they are attacking states who are refusing to be complicit with such crimes, including their allies. They are attacking UN officials, the UN agencies, and humanitarian and human rights organizations performing their duty in the most impossible of circumstances. They are bullying, intimidating all those who stand for the rule of international law because they believe there is an international law specific to them that allows them to commit atrocities. How can this be allowed to continue? It can't. It shouldn't. It has to stop. Israeli exceptionalism has to end, and it has to end now. Stop rewriting international law to fit Israeli crimes, and stop calling for respect for international law while supporting an assault that has torn it into shreds. The Palestinian people will not die in silence. The Palestinian people will not die in vain. The Palestinian people deserve respect. Every people does, but we have earned it. We have paid the heaviest of price to earn it. We have survived every attempt to annihilate us over a century with barely any means. Show us respect, not in words, but in deeds. Show us respect to our lives, to our rights. This is a moment in history, one where everyone will be asked where they stood, and that will determine who they truly are and what they really stand for. The entire international law lies on one premise: nothing justifies atrocities. This is an atrocity assault. When faced with atrocities, it is not your right to call for them to end. It is your obligation to end it. Save lives. Save lives. Save our lives and their lives. Heed that call by billions around the world, by an overwhelming majority of states from across the globe. Let the most noble human instincts carry us, the instinct to preserve life. There is no role more important for this council than to save civilian lives. 2.3 million Palestinians are fighting for their lives as we speak every single day. Save them. Tell them, show them, help is on the way. We call on you in the name of humanity, in the name of justice, in the name of peace, to vote for a ceasefire by supporting the resolution presented by the United Arab Emirates as Arab representative on the Security Council. We thank all those co-sponsoring it from across the globe. What is happening in Palestine now and what will happen next will determine the future of our region for generations to come, will impact relations and perceptions across the world for generations to come. This is time for courage and decisiveness. This is time for action. Time is up. You need to act, and you need to act now. And thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco al observador permanente del Estado observador de Palestina por su declaración. Doy ahora la palabra al representante de Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Recently, the world has witnessed brutal wars and bloodshed. Nearly 2 years ago, peace was upended in Europe for the first time since World War II. Russia invaded Ukraine, and the entire globe has felt the impact. Food prices and energy prices surged, affecting countries everywhere. Supply chains suffered a hard hit, and the chance for a global war became a terrifying possible reality. Yet, shockingly, Article 99 was not invoked. The same can be said regarding the thousands killed in Yemen, or how the murderous Assad regime of Syria continued to massacre its own people, including through the use of chemical weapons. In each one of these conflicts, and I have other examples, tens, if not hundreds of thousands were killed and millions were displaced. Yet, not once, not even once, has Article 99 of the UN Charter been invoked. Is the war in Ukraine not a threat to international peace and security? Do the millions of displaced Syrians and the children whose corpses were found foaming at the mouth in Douma not symbolize a threat to regional stability? Is watching thousands of Yemeni children die in war while tens of thousands starve not worthy enough to invoke Article 99? Despite the immense global impact of other conflicts and far more pressing threats to international peace and security, Israel's defensive war against Hamas, a designated terrorist organization, was the catalyst for activating Article 99. The irony is that regional stability and the security of both Israelis and Gazans can only be achieved once Hamas is eliminated, not 1 minute before. So the true path to ensure peace is only through supporting Israel's mission, absolutely not to call for a ceasefire. And secondly, distinguished colleagues, for those of you calling for a ceasefire, it is crucial that you remember the facts. On October 6th, there was a ceasefire in place. But on October 7th, Hamas broke the ceasefire with an unprovoked invasion of thousands of Hamas Nazis into Israel. These Hamas terrorists carried out a massacre the likes of which we have not seen since the Holocaust. They raped women and girls, beheaded babies, burned families alive, and took 250 hostages, ranging from infants to the elderly. Following the atrocities of October 7th, Israel committed itself to the elimination of Hamas's capabilities for the sole reason of ensuring that such horrors could never be repeated again. And if Hamas is not destroyed, such horrors will be repeated. Hamas officials have made it clear publicly, time and again, that October 7th was just a rehearsal, and they will continue to carry out atrocities again and again. Hamas is responsible for inhumane terror against Israelis. Hamas is responsible for ruling Gaza with an iron fist, forcing Gazans to live in poverty, deprived of basic human rights. Hamas is responsible for exploiting international aid to fuel their war machine. And calling for a ceasefire is precisely what ensures that this will continue. A ceasefire means that the suffering of all will carry on. A ceasefire cements Hamas's control of Gaza. But even more than that, calling for a ceasefire sends a clear message that Hamas is forgiven for their deliberate atrocities, and Hamas's oppression of Gazans is given a green light by the international community. Hamas, like any other entity, only responds, like any terror entity, only responds when its existence is threatened. And without the military pressure applied on Hamas, no amount of diplomacy can secure the release of hostages. Is this what the Council desires? That Hamas continues its reign of terror forever? That the hostages, among them women and children, never leave Gaza? Hamas won't even permit the Red Cross to visit them. Hamas has a clear script. If you call for a ceasefire, then you are following it. Hamas knows that it cannot defeat Israel on the conventional battlefield. This is why Hamas targets the murders civilians. They seek to terrorize Israelis and drive us out of our homeland in fear. But Hamas's vicious strategy is also to advance the death of many Gazan civilians as well. This is why Hamas hides behind and under the civilian population. This is why they use hospitals for cover and schools as arms catches, including UNRWA schools. Hamas wants to maximize civilian casualties, to co-opt the UN to pressure Israel to cease its fire and allow Hamas to survive and continue its reign of terror. Hamas knows that the more civilian fatalities there are, the more pressure the international community will put on Israel. This is why Hamas also fabricates death tolls, which are taken at face value here, with no real efforts made by the UN to verify them. According to the Hamas Ministry of Health, almost no terrorists have been killed in this war, only women and children. This is the same body that falsely blamed Israel for 500 casualties at Al-Ahli hospital, when the truth is that the number of casualties was drastically lower, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad was the one responsible for the fatalities. I will be very clear, dear colleagues. The number you are basing your discussions on are libelous and distorted, drastically. Hamas has built terror bases inside and underneath medical facilities. This has been proven. They store rockets and assault rifles in children's bedrooms. And just yesterday, Hamas launched 12 rockets at Israel from within a designated humanitarian zone in southern Gaza. Rockets were fired mere meters from the tents of evacuated Gazans. Hamas exploits Gazans as human shields in hopes that civilian casualties will rise and the UN will call for a ceasefire. Do we want to be the actors in the show that Hamas has carefully crafted? It is always easier to pressure the law-abiding democracy as opposed to the terrorists who don't even recognize the existence of international law. But is this the right and just way to ensure security? Of course not. This is Hamas's script of death. Don't agree to be part of it. Please. Hamas is the root cause of the situation in Gaza, yet there is zero accountability for their evil. Why is Hamas not held fully responsible by the UN and its bodies? Tell Gazans the truth. They have to hear it from you. This is the only way to bring about bottom-up change in Gaza. Dear colleagues, Hamas not only violated the ceasefire on October 7th, Hamas fundamentally violated the recent humanitarian pause. Last week, there was a pause in place. The agreement was clear. For every 10 hostages released, the pause would be extended by 24 hours. Hundreds of aid trucks entered Gaza. Fuel tankers were and continue to be permitted in. Wounded children and their families were evacuated for treatment. Field hospitals were established and continue to be established. And Israel completely halted all military activities. Israel asked for the daily release of 10 women and children held hostage, who were savagely taken from their homes and from a peace party. While we upheld our side of the agreement, even exceeded aid quotas, Hamas violated it, not once, but several times. 15 minutes after the pause began, Hamas fired a barrage of rockets into Israel. Throughout the following 8 days, Hamas carried out shooting attacks, detonated IEDs, and fired anti-tank missiles. Hamas violated the pause time and again while Israel abided by the pause. Hamas not only violated the agreement by attacking Israeli soldiers, they also violated the agreement regarding the release of hostages. They separated mothers from their children. They refused to release all women and children as agreed. Today, there are still 138 hostages being held in Gaza, and Hamas has not even allowed the Red Cross to visit them and provide their families with the most basic sign of life. This is an abhorrent war crime. Hamas ended the pause by refusing to abide by the terms of the hostages release agreement and then proceeded to fire a barrage of rockets at Israeli towns and cities, targeting Israeli civilians yet again. Dear colleagues, how can it be that those who are now calling for a ceasefire are not demanding that Hamas immediately stop all terror activities? Why is it only now that you have woken up and not when Hamas caused the previous pause to collapse? If this council wants to see a ceasefire, start by demanding it from Hamas, the party that broke the past two. Why is this draft resolution not directed at Yihya Sinwar and Ismail Haniyeh? Why? Do you not know who was responsible for ending the previous ceasefire and reigniting hostilities? Distinguished council members, Hamas is solely responsible for the humanitarian situation on the ground, and they must be held fully accountable by the council. Hamas is committed to bringing death and destruction upon both Israeli and Gazans, whereas Israel is taking every possible effort to improve the situation for Gazans. It is a fact that some members of the Council and the Secretary General refuse to come to terms with. Here are some other facts and figures. As of December 7th, in total, since the start of the war, over 3,500 aid trucks carrying humanitarian supplies have entered Gaza through the Rafah crossing. Over 70,000 tons of aid, including food, water, medical supplies, tents, beds, blankets, humanitarian equipment, and more, entered Gaza. Even now, in the midst of heavy fighting, Israel agreed to increase the amount of fuel entering Gaza, and yesterday the entry of 65 aid trucks was facilitated. But this number could have been much higher if the UN's capacity to accept more trucks permitted this. There are currently hundreds of aid trucks in a log jam waiting to enter Gaza after security inception. And the only reason they have not entered is because of the logistical difficulties of international organizations. Today, Israel accepts to screen 334 aid trucks, which means that each of these trucks will be ready to enter Gaza should international organizations be willing to accept them. Israel also facilitated the construction of 2 field hospitals, one run by the Kingdom of Jordan and the other by the UAE, to treat the uninvolved sick and injured. France, in coordination with Israel, has supplied a floating hospital that is treating Gazans in El Arish, and Italy is following suit. Saudi Arabia donated 21 additional ambulances. 5 other field hospitals are set to open soon to be run by the Red Cross, Egypt, the International Medical Corps, Turkey and Italy. 553 sick and injured have exited Gaza for treatment abroad, accompanied by 378 family members and guardians. This, dear friends, was all allowed and facilitated by Israel. In fact, Israel welcomes any and all humanitarian assistance to Gaza from any and all countries willing to assist. But colleagues, sadly, not all of this aid reaches its destination. In the previous days and weeks, we have seen footage from inside Gaza of Hamas terrorists literally shooting at Palestinians trying to gain access to basic humanitarian supplies. Gazans have reported that aid is being taken by Hamas and distributed exclusively to its terrorists. Boxes of humanitarian aid have been found in Hamas terror tunnels. So, if humanitarian supplies are not getting to where they should, point the finger at Hamas. Hamas is the genocidal terror organization that rules Gaza with an iron fist. Hamas violated the ceasefire on October 7th, and it was Hamas, not Israel, who violated the humanitarian pause. To Hamas, international humanitarian law holds no importance. When sitting in these meetings, it feels as if Hamas doesn't exist at all. It is always only about Israel. This is a distortion of reality and it is unacceptable. Hamas must be held accountable. Mr. President, today is the first day of the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah, the Festival of Light. It is one of the Jewish holidays that celebrates the Jewish people overcoming attempts in each generation to destroy us. How world powers tried to deny our presence in our ancestral homeland, in Jerusalem, in the 2nd century BCE, before Jesus, before Muhammad. It is a holiday that celebrates how light prevailed over darkness. Today, sadly, we find ourselves again surrounded by darkness, with forces that seek to destroy us and also to demonize and delegitimize us. Jewish tradition teaches that even a little bit of light can dispel much darkness. Every one of you can use light to dispel the darkness and expose the truth. I pray that we see another Hanukkah miracle here in the UN, and that the Almighty will allow the truth and light to prevail here in this council. That we will see Hamas defeated soon, so that both Israelis and Gazans can live freely, free of violence and free of fear. Israel, Mr. President, will continue with her mission, the elimination of Hamas's terror capabilities and the return of all of the hostages. And we will complete our mission while supporting every humanitarian initiative to improve the situation for Gazans. Whoever truly seeks peace and security in the region must understand that the only way to achieve this is by destroying Hamas, not by calling for ceasefire, which will only extend the war and suffering of all. There is no other option. Thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco al representante de Israel por su declaración. Doy ahora la palabra a los miembros del Consejo que deseen formular una declaración. Tiene la palabra el representante de Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, thank you for your briefing. We are profoundly grateful for your steadfast moral leadership. By taking the rare step of invoking Article 99 of the UN Charter, you are compelling us to confront the enormity of the catastrophe unfolding in Gaza. It is our fervent hope that your demand is met. Mr. President, for 2 harrowing months, we have borne witness to the onslaught in Gaza. Israel's military operations has killed more than 16,000 Palestinians, 7,000 of them children. It has displaced 80% of the population and damaged or destroyed 60% of housing units. For context, this is a scale of destruction surpassing even the bombing of Dresden in 1945. For the many Gazans who have never left that narrow, besieged strip of land, their entire world is being systematically demolished before their eyes. The invocation of Article 99 must be a tipping point, a solemn reflection of the desperate plight in Gaza and the imperative need for the Council to act. The Council must act when too little aid is getting in and humanitarian workers are unable to deliver it for fear of being killed. The Council must act when the siege on Gaza is becoming a major source of death. The Council must act when unrelenting bombardment kills more than 130 UN staff members. Despite the recent temporary pause, the violence and danger to civilians has not abated. In fact, this conflict has now graduated to a new, more dangerous phase. The siege of Khan Yunis and other parts in southern Gaza, where hundreds of thousands of people have fled, has now begun. There is literally no safe haven for the millions of people trapped and under attack. Mr. President, in his letter, the Secretary General noted that Gaza's healthcare system, or what's left of it, is on the verge of collapse. Israel is warning the World Health Organization that unless it removed its medical supplies in southern Gaza, impending military operations will put them beyond use. we condemn in the strongest possible terms the deliberate targeting of medical facilities, equipment, and personnel. For our part, the UAE established a field hospital inside Gaza on December 2nd with an operational capacity of 150 beds. We recognize that these efforts are not nearly enough. Even during the recent pause, we saw the need for an enhanced aid delivery mechanism to allow full, rapid, safe, and unhindered access. We need a streamlined monitoring system and an expanded capacity to deliver goods, including through the opening of further crossings and entry points. We note that Israel reportedly agreed to open the Karam Abu Salim crossing for inspections only, and while this should reduce the time delays, it remains necessary for all crossings to be opened and, if needed, repaired. We stress the importance of ensuring the full implementation of Security Council Resolution 2712, which demands all parties to respect their obligations under international law and calls for urgent and extended humanitarian pauses. We underscore that members of this Council must ensure implementation, but we all know that the only way to end this tragedy is to impose an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. There is no defensible, moral, political, nor military justification for this carnage to continue. After 2 months of war, ambulances are delivering more dead than survivors to the few emergency rooms left functional in Gaza. Over the last few days, reports have revealed what precisely unfolded in northern Gaza. In the intensive pediatric care unit of an abandoned hospital, several babies lay dead, their bodies decomposing. Let that harrowing image haunt anybody persisting in the fantasy that the operation in the south will be any less horrific. It will not. Mr. President, this war has brought our region to a breaking point, but its effect has rippled far beyond. There has been an appalling increase in incidents of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia worldwide. The international system is teetering on the brink. For this war signals that might makes right, that compliance with international humanitarian law is dependent on the identity of the victim and the perpetrator. Mr. President, the Secretary General, every head of every UN agency, humanitarian organizations, and the overwhelming majority of the world's population have repeatedly called on members of this body to bring this unrestricted violence to a definitive and sustainable end. The UAE has circulated a draft resolution calling for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire to do just that. Today, this Council will vote. It will have an opportunity to respond to the deafening calls across the world to bring this violence to an end. Thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco al representante de Emiratos Árabes Unidos por su declaración. Doy ahora la palabra al representante de la Federación Rusa.
Спасибо, господин председатель.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Благодарим
We
генерального
wish to
секретаря
thank the Secretary General, Antonio
за
Guterres,
честные
for
оценки
the frank
катастрофической
assessment of the
ситуации
catastrophic
в
situation
зоне
in the
Палестино-израильского конфликта.
Palestine-Israeli conflict zone.
Отмечаем
We
его абсолютно
note his
правильное решение в
absolutely correct
сложившихся
decision, given the current
привлечь внимание
circumstances,
Совета
to draw
Безопасности
the
к этому
attention of the
сюжету
Security
по
Council
статье
to this
99
matter under
Устава
Article
ООН.
9 of the United Nations Charter.
Мы совместно с коллегами из
Together
Китайской
with
Народной
colleagues from the
Республики
People's
и
Republic of
Объединенных
China
Арабских
and the United
Эмиратов,
Arab Emirates,
руководствуясь теми
guided
же
by the
соображениями, что и
same
генеральный секретарь,
considerations as the Secretary General,
попросили эквадорское
requested the
председательство
Ecuadorian
созвать срочное
presidency to
заседание
convene
СБ
an
ООН
emergency
в
Security
связи с
Council meeting
возобновлением
in
военных
connection
действий
with the resumption
как
of
в секторе
military
Газа и на
operations
других
both in the Gaza
оккупированных
Strip
палестинских
and other
территориях,
occupied
так и
Palestinian
в пограничных
territories,
с Ливаном,
and
Сирией районах.
in regions bordering with Lebanon and Syria.
Считаем крайне
We
важным
believe it is
отметить,
exceedingly important
что и
to note
секретариат ООН во
that
главе с генсекретарем
both the
и
Secretariat of
подавляющее
the United
число
Nations,
государств-член
the
ООН
UN
едины в
Secretary
стремлении
General, and the
предпринять
overwhelming
решительные
majority of
меры
UN
для
member
того,
states are
чтобы
united in the
прекратить
desire
гибель и
to adopt
страдания мирных
decisive
жителей
measures in
в
order to
зоне
end the deaths and
Палестино-израильского
suffering
конфликта.
of civilians in the Palestine-Israel conflict zone.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Distinguished colleagues,
Не будет
It will
преувеличением
be no
сказать, что
exaggeration to
сейчас
state
настал своего рода
that
момент истины.
presently we are at a moment of
Нас
truth.
почти 2 месяца
For nearly 2
убеждали,
months, we were
что
told
самое
that what
главное,
is most
самое
important, what
срочное,
is
самое
most
насущное,
pressing, what
что
is
должен
most
сделать Совет,
urgent that the Council
это
needs to
призвать к
do
гуманитарным
is to
паузам.
call for humanitarian pauses.
Нам говорили,
We
что
were
это, в
told
отличие от
that this,
прекращения огня,
unlike a
якобы
ceasefire,
достижимая
is
и реалистичная
allegedly
цель.
an achievable and a realistic
На все
goal.
вопросы, как же
As for
будет
the questions
обеспечиваться
that were posed
выполнение этого
regarding
призыва,
how this
мы
call
получали
will be
ответ, что
implemented,
гуманитарные
the
агентства на
response we
земле
received was
сами
that
разберутся.
humanitarian agencies on the ground will deal
Что
with it
ж, время
themselves.
подвести итоги.
Well, it is time to take stock.
Гуманитарная пауза действительно была.
Humanitarian pause did indeed take place.
Однако она не имела
However, this
никакого
humanitarian
отношения к
pause had
резолюции
nothing to
Совета
do with
Безопасности
Security Council
2712.
Resolution
Данная пауза
2712.
и
This
освобождение
pause
нескольких
and the
десятков
release
заложников и
of
палестинских
several
заключенных
dozen hostages and
стали
Palestinian
результатом
prisoners
договоренностей
were the result of an
региональных
agreement
посредников с Хамас и Израилем,
between regional mediators
соблюдение
and
которых,
Hamas and
естественно,
Israel,
никем не
compliance
контролировалось.
with which naturally was not overseen
Никакого
by
политического
anybody.
значения данная гуманитарная
Nor
пауза
did
также не
this
имела.
humanitarian pause have
Стороны
any
действительно
political
получили
significance.
передышку,
The
реализовали
parties
свои
indeed
тактические
gained a
задачи,
respite, they
а дальше
achieved their
Израиль при
tactical
активной поддержке
objectives, and
США перешел к
subsequently
новой,
Israel,
еще более
with the proactive
кровопролитной
support of
фазе
the
своей
United
наземной
States,
операции в Газе.
transition to a new, even more violent
Хочу
phase of its
процитировать
ground
отдельные
operation in Gaza. I
пассажи
wish
из
to quote
вчерашнего
some
письма генерального
passages from
секретаря.
yesterday's letter from the Secretary
Мирные
General.
жители в Газе
Civilians
сталкиваются с огромной
throughout Gaza
опасностью.
face grave danger.
Система
The
здравоохранения в
healthcare
Газе на
system in
грани
Gaza
коллапса.
is collapsing.
Больницы
Hospitals
превращены в
have
полигоны.
turned into battlegrounds.
Для гражданских лиц нет
There
эффективной
is no
защиты.
effective protection
В
for
Газе нет
civilians.
безопасных мест.
Nowhere is safe in Gaza.
Под постоянными
Amid
бомбардировками
constant
израильской
bombardment
армии и
by the
обороны
IDF,
общественный
I
порядок, по моим
expect
оценкам,
public
скоро
order
полностью рухнет,
to completely
что
break
сделает
down
невозможным
soon,
оказание даже
rendering
ограниченной
even
гуманитарной помощи.
limited humanitarian
Конец цитаты.
assistance impossible. End of quote.
Коллеги, вот реальные плоды
Colleagues,
резолюции
these are the real
2712,
fruits of
всех
Resolution
долгих дискуссий в Совете,
2712, all of the
которые, к сожалению,
protracted
больше
discussions
напоминают
at the Security
переливание из
Council,
пустого в
which
порожнее.
unfortunately are increasingly
Печальный итог
reminiscent of
сегодня на
empty
этом заседании
words merely.
перед нами подвел
Today,
Антонио Гутерреш.
Antonio Guterres has once
Гуманитарные
again set
агентства
out
ООН
the
в сложившихся
situation.
условиях
UN
просто не
humanitarian
могут помогать
organizations under
жителям
these
Газы.
circumstances simply cannot help the
Мы крайне
residents of
разочарованы
Gaza.
тем, что Совет
We
Безопасности,
deeply regret the
обладая
fact that the
уникальным
Security
мощным
Council, which
инструментарием по
has a
статье 7
uniquely
Устава ООН,
potent
за
instrument
все это
under
время
Article 7 of
не
the UN
принял
Charter,
никакого
in
четкого
all of this
обязывающего
time
решения
failed
с
to take
требованием,
any
а не призывом
clear,
к сторонам
binding
прекратить
resolution with
насилие.
demands, not calls
Под
for the
давлением
parties to end
США,
violence, under
угрожавшего
pressure from the United
заблокировать любой
States,
иной
which has
продукт,
threatened to block any other
абсолютный императив по
product.
прекращению огня
An
был
absolute
заменен
imperative
безадресным
for a
призывом к
ceasefire was
никак не
replaced
обеспеченным паузам,
with a call
что, по
addressed to no
сути,
one in
вписалось
particular,
в
which is
израильскую
for
логику продолжения военной
pauses
операции
which
в
cannot be
Анклаве
enforced, which
и стало
essentially
огромным шагом
dovetailed
назад по
with the
сравнению с
Israeli
принятой
approach of
27
continuing
октября
military
подавляющим
operations in
большинством
the
стран-членов
enclave.
ООН
This
резолюции
became
Генеральной
a
Ассамблеи
major
ООН.
step backwards as compared to the
Сегодня у
General
Совета
Assembly
есть
resolution
хорошая
overwhelmed by the
возможность положить
majority
конец
of
этой
states on
ненормальной
27
ситуации,
October.
сделать то,
Today, the
что ждет
Council
от
has
него
a good
международное
opportunity
сообщество.
to end this abnormal
Для этого
situation,
нужно
to do
принять
what the
подготовленный
international
Объединенными
community
Арабскими Эмиратами
expects
проект
of it.
резолюции.
To that end, there's a need to
Рассчитываем,
adopt
что все
the
наши
draft
коллеги найдут в
resolution
себе силы
drawn
и
up by the
мужество это
UAE.
сделать.
I trust that all of our colleagues will summon the
Господин председатель,
strength and courage to
2
do
месяца
this.
конфликта в
Mr.
Газе
President,
принесли
2 months
страшные
of conflict
страдания
in Gaza
гражданскому
have wrought
населению Анклава.
a
За
horrific
это время
civilian
погибло более
suffering
7
in
тысяч
the
палестинских
strip. In
детей.
this time, more than 10,000 Palestinian
Публичной
children have
становится
died.
информация о
Information
многочисленных
is becoming
разрушениях
public
больниц и
about
школ,
many
лагерей беженцев
destructions
и
of
объектов ООН
hospitals,
вместе с
schools,
гуманитарным
refugee
персоналом.
camps, and UN sites together with humanitarian
Масштабы этих
personnel.
разрушений
The
сами по
magnitude
себе
of this
говорят о
devastation in and
неизбирательном
of
применении
itself
силы.
reflects
Более
the
того, имеются
indiscriminate
признаки
use of force.
намеренного
Moreover,
разрушения
there are
защищенных
indicators
международным
of
гуманитарным
deliberate
правом объектов.
destruction of objects which are protected under
Военные
international
преступления идут по
humanitarian law.
нарастающей.
War
В
crimes are
последние дни
mounting. In
распространилась
recent
шокирующая
days, there
информация
has
о
been
планах
shocking
Израиля по
information
затоплению
disseminated
подземных
about
сооружений
Israeli
в секторе
plans to
Газа
flood
морской водой.
underground facilities in the Gaza Strip with seawater.
Согласно
According
общедоступной
to publicly
информации,
accessible
Сахал уже
information,
выстроил
Sahel has
систему труб
already
и насосов,
established a system
предназначенных
of
для
pipes and
закачивания морской воды.
pumps
И в
designed for
настоящее время
pumping
обсуждает
seawater,
США
and presently is
практическую
discussing
возможность
with the
такого
United States the
затопления.
practical
Хватит ли
way
воды,
to carry out this
позволит ли
flooding, whether there
топография
is
туннелей и
sufficient
так
water,
далее.
whether the topography of the tunnels will allow
такой
for
шаг
this
в
to be
случае его
done, and
принятия
so on.
будет являться очевидным военным
Such a step,
преступлением.
if taken, will constitute a
И здесь
blatant
речь
war
идет даже
crime.
не о том,
Here we
что
are not
такое
just
затопление
talking about the
может
fact
являться
that this
аналогом
flooding
приказа
could be
никому
akin
не
to
давать
an
пощады.
order for no
И
mercy
даже
for
не о том,
anybody,
что в
and
этих
not
туннелях
even about
могут
the fact
находиться
that
гражданские
there may
лица.
be civilians present in these
Вероятность этого
tunnels. The
весьма высока.
likelihood of this is very
Куда им
high.
еще
The
деться
likelihood
от
of this is very
неизбирательных
high.
бомбардировок по
Where
Газе в
else
целом,
can they
а
flee
также
from the
умышленных ударов по
indiscriminate
больницам,
bombardment as a
школам,
whole, as well
лагерям
as the
беженцев и объектам
deliberate strikes targeting hospitals,
Безопасных
schools,
мест,
refugee
как мы
camps, and
сегодня
UN
услышали от генерального
sites.
секретаря ООН,
As you heard from the
в
Secretary
небольшом, но
General
крайне
today,
густонаселенном секторе
safe
попросту не
spots in
существует.
the small but
Его южная
densely
часть,
populated
и ранее
strips simply don't
подвергавшаяся
exist.
регулярным
Its southern
ударам,
part, which had
сейчас и
previously
вовсе
been
превратилась в
enduring
зону активных
regular
боевых
strikes has now completely
Предвзятые западные
transformed
СМИ,
into a zone of active
превознося
military
это
hostilities.
гениальное
The
тактическое
biased
решение
Western
израильской
media
армии,
outlets extol the
даже не
genial
пытаются задаться
tactical
вопросом о том,
decisions of the
какие
Israeli
последствия
army.
может
They are
иметь
not even
закачка
trying
тысяч
to
кубометров
pose the
морской,
question of
то
what the
есть соленой
consequences may
воды,
be
в
of
грунт.
pumping thousands of cubic meters
Хотя
of
налицо
seawater
настоящий
that is
план
salt
подрыва
water
и без
into the
того
soil,
хрупких
and we
сельскохозяйственных
see
мощностей
a
сектора,
clear plan to demolish the
поскольку
already
морская вода
tenuous
неминуемо загрязнит
agricultural
грунтовые воды
capabilities
Газы.
of the strip insofar as seawater
Господин
will
председатель, здесь
inevitably
уместно вспомнить,
pollute
что
Gaza's
с самого начала
groundwater. Here I
эскалации
wish to
Израиль
recall that
препятствует
from the very
нормальному
beginning of
поступлению питьевой
escalation,
воды в Газу.
Israel has been
Основная часть
obstructing the
имеющихся
normal
водопроводов отключена.
deliveries of drinking water to
Снабжаются
Gaza. The
отдельные районы
main
южной
part
части
of the
сектора.
water supply has been
Все
disconnected.
гуманитарные
Deliveries
агентства в один
are
голос
only
говорят,
being
что этого
provided for
недостаточно для
the
обеспечения
certain
даже
parts of the
базовых
south of
потребностей
the
осажденного
strip.
в Газе
The humanitarian
многотысячного мирного
agencies
населения.
unanimously say that this is not enough to
Если на
provide for the
фоне
basic
искусственно
needs of
созданных
thousands
проблем
of
с водопроводной питьевой
civilians
водой
besieged in
окажутся
Gaza.
отравлены
If on
еще и
top of the
грунтовые воды,
artificially established problems
ситуация
of
станет
drinking water from
воистину
the tap,
катастрофической.
if the groundwater is then
Напомним,
also
что в соответствии
polluted,
с
the
нормами
situation
международного
will
гуманитарного
become
права,
catastrophic.
статьи
Let us
23 и
recall that
59
pursuant
4
to the
Женевской
norms of
конвенции 49
IHL,
года,
Article 23
на
and
оккупирующей
59 of the
державе
Fourth
лежит
Geneva
специальное обязательство по
Convention dating
обеспечению
1949,
мирного
the
населения
occupying power
предметами
bears a
первой
specific
необходимости.
responsibility to ensure that the civilian
Хотели бы особо
population
подчеркнуть, что
has
последствия
access to basic
загрязнения грунтовых
necessities.
вод,
I wish to emphasize in
единственного
particular
источника
that the
запасов пресной
consequences
воды
of the
для населения
pollution
Газы,
of groundwater, the
сохранятся
sole
не на
source of
годы, а
fresh
на
water
столетия.
for the Gaza population
Вкупе
will
с
persist not
постоянными
for years,
неизбирательными
but for a
бомбардировками
century.
и прицельными
On
ударами по
top
гражданским
of
объектам,
incessant,
направленными на
indiscriminate
создание ужаса и
bombardment and the
паники среди
targeted
мирного
strikes targeting
населения,
civilian objects, which are geared towards
вырисовывается
fomenting
системная стратегия
horror
по
and
насильственному
panic among
перемещению
civilians.
палестинцев.
There is a systematic
Ее
strategy
людоедская
taking
логика
shape for the
проста.
violent
Сделать
displacement
жизнь в Газе
of
невыносимой,
Palestinians.
даже
Its
невозможной,
cannibalistic
оставляя
logic
мирному
is very
населению один
simple:
выбор
to make
– покинуть
life in
родные
Gaza
земли или быть
unendurable
убитыми.
and even possibly
При этом
to
вся
leave the
эта
population
бесчеловечная
with a single
стратегия
choice
сплошь
to
состоит из военных преступлений.
leave their
Грубо
homes
нарушаются
or to
практически
be
все
killed.
положения статей
This
51 и 52
is
первого дополнительного
inhumane
протокола к Женевским
strategy
конвенциям.
which is abundant with war
Ими, в
crimes. There are
частности,
egregious
запрещается нападать
violations
на
of
гражданское
almost all
население и
provisions of
объекты,
Article 51 and
совершать
54 of
акты
the First
насилия
Additional
или
Protocol to the
угрозу
Geneva
насилием,
Conventions.
имеющие основной целью
These
терроризировать
conventions,
гражданское
among other
население,
things, prohibit
а
attacks
также
against
прибегать к
civilian
нападениям
populations and
неизбирательного
objects,
характера.
acts or threats of violence, the main purpose of
Таким
which is to
образом,
spread
Совету
terror
Безопасности
against
ООН
the civilian
предлагается
population
безропотно
and
наблюдать за тем,
prohibits
как на наших
resorting
глазах
to
совершаются массовые военные
indiscriminate
преступления, в том числе
attacks.
с
We
использованием
see
оружия,
the egregious war
поставленного
crimes
и
being
поставляемого западными
perpetrated,
странами, в
war crimes
первую очередь США и
perpetrated
Великобритании,
with
и
weapons
при их
being
полной
used that are
политической
provided
поддержке.
by Western countries, first and foremost the
Господин
US and the
председатель,
UK,
хотели бы
or
при
with
этом
their
подчеркнуть, что
full
ссылки
political
Израиля и его
support. I wish to
союзников на
stress
действия
that
Хамас
references by
7
Israel
октября,
and its allies to actions
которые
by
мы,
Hamas on
безусловно,
7
осуждаем,
October, which we of
не
course
оправдывают
condemn,
и в принципе
do
не
not
могут
justify,
оправдать
and in
массовых и
principle
систематических военных
cannot justify
преступлений
the large-scale
и преступлений
systematic
против
crimes
человечности,
and crimes
которые
against
совершаются в
humanity,
секторе Газа.
which are being perpetrated in the Gaza Strip.
Несоблюдение гуманитарного права
Failure to
одной
respect
стороной
humanitarian
конфликта
law by
никак не
one
освобождает
party to the
другую сторону
conflict
от
in
соблюдения
no way
налагаемых им
exempts the
обязательств.
other party to the conflict from complying with
Более
the
того, статья
obligations incumbent
51
upon
первого
them.
дополнительного
Furthermore,
протокола к
Article
Женевским
51 of the
конвенциям
First
прямо
Additional
запрещает
Protocol to the Geneva
нападение
Conventions
на гражданское
explicitly
население
prohibits
или на
attacks
отдельных
against
гражданских
the
лиц
civilian
в порядке
population
репрессалий.
or civilians by way of reprisals.
Коллеги,
Colleagues,
при этом едва ли стоит
at the same
рассчитывать на
time,
то,
one
что
can
должную
hardly
оценку
trust that there will
происходящему
be
дадут
due
страны Запада
assessment
или
of what is taking
подконтрольные
place
им
by
продажные
Western
инстанции
countries
типа Международного
or such
уголовного
corrupt
суда.
bodies under their control as the
Он
International
никогда
Criminal
не
Court.
пойдет
The
против своих
ICC will
хозяев и их
never
союзников, поскольку призван
disobey its
обслуживать их
patrons
политические
or
интересы.
allies insofar as it is
Ведь
designed
ни
to advance
США,
their
ни
political
Великобритания,
agendas.
ни другие
For neither
западные
the US
страны
nor the
не
United
понесли
Kingdom nor other
никакой
Western
ответственности за
countries
свои военные
bore
преступления в
any
Афганистане, Ираке и
responsibility
Ливии.
whatsoever ever for their war crimes in
Все мы помним,
Afghanistan,
как
Iraq, and
британский
Libya. We all
прокурор
remember
МУС
how the
Карим
British
Хан
prosecutor of the
позорно
ICC, Karim Khan,
деприоритизировал, а по сути
disgracefully
просто остановил
deprioritized,
расследование преступлений
essentially
западных
simply
военных
stopped
в
the
этих странах.
investigation into the
У нас нет
crimes
никаких
of Western
сомнений, что в
military
отношении
personnel in these
Израиля и его
countries. We have
покровителей он
no
поведет
doubt
себя
that
так же.
vis-a-vis Israel and its
Господин
sponsors,
председатель,
it will do the same.
безусловно, разделяем
Mr.
мнение о
President,
том,
of course
что
we
нам
share
всем
the view
необходимо
that
не
we
упускать из
all
вида
need
перспективы
to
палестино-израильского
not lose
регулирования
sight of the
на основе
prospects for
двухгосударственной формулы,
Palestine-Israeli settlement on the
которую
basis
мы
of the
считаем
two-state formula,
безальтернативной.
which we
Мы
believe has
готовы
no
над этим
alternative.
работать,
We stand ready to
однако
work to
сейчас
that
первостепенная
end.
задача
However, today
прекратить
the main
военные действия и
priority is
спасти
to
мирных
end
палестинцев от
armed
уничтожения.
hostilities and to
В
save
заключение хотел бы
Palestinians from
обратиться
extermination.
к нашим
To conclude, I
арабским
wish to turn
братьям и
to
сестрам на их родном
our
языке.
Arabic brethren and sisters in their native language.
أصدقاؤنا العرب الأعزاء.
My dear Arab
هذا
friends,
روسيا إلى وقف حلقة العنف
Russia calls
إثر
to
التصعيد
an
الإسرائيلي
end to the
الفلسطيني
cycle of violence
الذي نشهده منذ 7 أكتوبر.
that began since the
كما
escalation
نضم
between
صوتنا
Israel and
إلى
the
العديد من
Palestinians
النداءات
that we have been
لوقف إطلاق
witnessing since
النار
the 7th of
المستدام
October. We
والعودة إلى حل
add our
الأسباب
voice
الجذرية
to the calls
لهذا
to
النزاع
end
وإبعاد الكارثة
for a
الإنسانية
ceasefire, a
عن
permanent
قطاع
ceasefire, and
غزة.
return to addressing the root
وتستنكر
causes
روسيا
of this conflict
بالقطع
and
أي
averting
عمل
a
قد
humanitarian
يؤدي
catastrophe
إلى
from
سقوط
the Gaza Strip.
الضحايا من المدنيين
We denounce
بمن فيهم النساء
categorically any
والأطفال.
act that may lead to
كما لا نقبل
civilian
أي
deaths, including
مخططات
women
لتهجير
and children.
القسري
We
لسكان غزة
also
إلى الجنوب
do not accept any
وهو
plot
عبارة
to
عن
forcibly
النكبة
displace
الجديدة بالنسبة
the
للشعب الفلسطيني.
Gaza population to the south, which is a new
وتعظم
Nakba
بلدي
for the
كل
Palestinian people.
المبادرات
My country
البناء
supports
لمجلس
all
الأمن
constructive
الرامية
initiatives
إلى
of the
تطبيع
Security
الوضع
Council that
وفتح
aim
الطريق
to
أمام
normalize the
عملية
situation
التصفية
and
الجدية
open
بين
the space
الفلسطينيين
for
والإسرائيليين
a serious settlement process between the
وذلك على
Palestinians and the
خلفية محاولات
Israelis
أحد أعضاء المجلس لإبطاء
against the
وإفشال
background
هذه
of
الجهود المشتركة.
the attempts by one of the
وفي وجه
council
هذه
members to
المخططات
slow or
المشكوك فيها
sabotage these collective efforts.
كانت روسيا ولا
In the
تزال
face of
تقف
these
إلى جانب
suspected
الطموحات المشروعة
plans,
للشعب الفلسطيني
Russia
لإقامة دولته
continues to
المستقلة في
stand
حدود
in
عام
solidarity with the legitimate aspirations of the
1967
Palestinian people to establish their
وعاصمتها
independent
القدس
state
الشرقية
on the borders of
والتي
1967
قد
with East
تتعايش في
Jerusalem
السلام
as
والأمن
its
مع
capital
جارتها
and which
إسرائيل.
coexists in peace and security with its
وتستعد
neighbor
روسيا
Israel.
لمضاعفة
Russia
جهودها
is
من أجل
preparing to
تحقيق
multiply its
هذا
efforts in
الهدف
order to
المنشود
achieve this desired
اعتمادا على
objective
المرجعية
based
الدولية
on the
المعروفة
known
بما فيها
agreed
قرار مجلس
terms
الأمن
of reference,
ذات
including
الصلة
the relevant Security Council
والمبادرة
resolutions
العربية
and the
للسلام
Arab
عام
Peace Initiative of
2003
2003.
وذلك في
And we are doing so in
في التنسيق
coordination
مع شركائنا
with
الفاعلين.
our partners.
وفي هذا السياق
In this
تدعم
context,
روسيا مشروع قرار
Russia
مجلس
supports
الأمن
the
الذي اقترحته
draft
دولة الإمارات العربية
resolution
المتحدة
tabled by the
وندعو
United
كل
Arab Emirates,
زملائنا
and
في
we
المجلس
call on all
إلى
our colleagues in the
التصويت
Council
لصالحه
to vote in
اليوم.
favor of the resolution
شكرا.
today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco al representante de la Federación de Rusia por su declaración. Tiene la palabra el representante de China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank SG Guterres for his crucial briefing a moment ago. In his letter to the Council President on the 6th of December, the SG invoked Article 99 of the UN Charter and brought to the attention of the Security Council to the situation in Gaza, which may aggravate existing threats to international peace and security. The SG has just once again raised a sobering warning and made an appeal, fully demonstrating the gravity and urgency of the current situation. It once again demonstrates its sense of responsibility. The situation in front of and the task required of the Council is very clear and definitive. Act immediately, achieve a ceasefire, protect the civilians, and avoid a human catastrophe on a larger scale. The draft resolution tabled by the UAE on behalf of the Arab states reflects the universal call of the international community and represents the right direction for the restoration of peace. China fully supports this and would join in co-sponsoring this draft resolution. As it stands, only a ceasefire can save lives and avoid a bigger human catastrophe. The war in Gaza has claimed the life of over 17,000 innocent civilians. Over 1 million people have fled from north to the south, only to find there's nowhere to hide and nowhere to go. This human catastrophe is too great for words to describe, that any waiting or delay means more death. At this juncture, only a ceasefire can avoid the havoc of regional conflagration The negative effect of the conflict is spilling over in accelerated manner. The West Bank, the Lebanon-Israeli border, and the Syrian-Israeli border have frequently sounded the alarm. The crisis with a greater scope of impact is imminent. Any tolerance or connivance is pushing regional peace and security towards a precipice. At this juncture, only a ceasefire can create the necessary conditions for reviving the political prospects for the two-state solution. The two-state solution is the fundamental way toward the peaceful coexistence of two states, Palestine and Israel, and the lasting peace in the Middle East. Any action that allows the current conflict to drag on will only sow the seeds of hatred between the two sides and make the situation further deteriorate and do more damage to the political prospects of the two-state solution. At this moment, only a ceasefire is befitting the appropriate role of the Council. The international community eagerly looked to the Council to assume its primary function in the maintenance of international peace and security. The Council has no other option but to act urgently, without any procrastination, to bring about a ceasefire and protect civilians. Any hesitation or excuse would be irresponsible. China strongly calls upon all members to adopt a responsible approach, support this Council to make the right decision in front of war and peace, life and death. Act for peace and act to save lives. I thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco al representante de China por su declaración. Tiene la palabra el representante de Estados Unidos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Secretary General Gutierrez, for your briefing. For the past 2 months, this Council has been engaged in continuous meetings on the topics highlighted in your recent letter. In parallel, and even as we have supported the right of another member state to defend its people against heinous atrocities and acts of terrorism, the United States, at the highest levels, has undertaken intensive diplomacy to save lives and lay a foundation for a durable peace. American diplomacy opened the way for the first trucks that flowed into Gaza with aid. In partnership with Qatar and Egypt, it helped reunite more than 100 hostages with their loved ones and dramatically expanded aid to civilians in Gaza during a 7-day-long humanitarian pause. Hamas, however, has a different set of goals. Its refusal to release young women hostages led to a breakdown in the pause and resumption of the fighting. This Council's failure to condemn Hamas's October 7 terrorist attacks, including its acts of sexual violence and other unthinkable evils, is a serious moral failure. And it underscores the fundamental disconnect between the discussions that we have been having in this chamber and the realities on the ground. An undeniable part of that reality is that if Israel unilaterally laid down its weapons today, as some member states have called for, Hamas would continue to hold hostages, women and children, elderly men, many of whom, according to survivor accounts, are being subjected to cruel and inhumane treatment. And as of today, Hamas continues to pose a threat to Israel and remain in charge of Gaza. That is not a threat that any one of our governments would allow to continue to remain on our own borders, not after the worst attack on our people in several decades. For that reason, while the United States strongly supports a durable peace in which both Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace and security, we do not support calls for an immediate ceasefire. This would only plant the seeds for the next war, because Hamas has no desire to see a durable peace, to see a two-state solution. Colleagues, I am pained by the suffering that we have witnessed over the last 2 months. Even when we as governments are compelled to take up arms and protect our people from the most heinous acts of terrorism and violence, war is tragic. It is tragic for the families of the hostages who await word on the fate of their loved ones. We are doing everything possible to free the remaining hostages and reiterate our expectation that the ICRC be permitted to access and provide medical treatment to the hostages held by Hamas and other extremist groups. The war is equally tragic for civilians in Gaza. The scale of civilian suffering is devastating and heartbreaking. Hamas intentionally embeds itself within civilian areas. But that does not in any way change the fact that how Israel defends itself matters. We have been unequivocal. Israel must respect international humanitarian law and conduct its operations in a way that minimizes civilian harm. To back up these words and help protect civilians, we have supported establishing a more effective humanitarian deconfliction mechanism with the UN, and we are monitoring its implementation. This is a moral imperative and strategic imperative. You can only win in urban warfare by protecting civilians. In every conversation, we also have underscored that Israel must avoid further mass displacement of civilians in the south of Gaza, many of whom previously fled violence. Civilians must be provided adequate time and opportunity to move, including through corridors that allow people to move safely from defined areas of hostilities. Israel must further ensure sufficient humanitarian support exists for displaced individuals. Finally, civilians displaced in Gaza must have an opportunity to return home as soon as conditions permit. There must be no enduring internal displacement or reduction in Gaza's territory. Under no circumstances would the United States support the forced relocation of Palestinians from Gaza or the West Bank. Although the extended humanitarian pause has ended, again, by Hamas's choice, we have been clear that humanitarian aid must not only continue, it must be expanded. We welcome the Israeli government's decision to open Kerem Shalom for inspections and screening of humanitarian goods. We will continue to be in touch with Israel to ensure this happens, and on the timeline committed. We also welcome the Israeli government's decision to ensure the provision of fuel that meets requisite needs to sustain the humanitarian assistance operation, including vital civilian infrastructure. Both of these outcomes are a result of intensive U.S. engagement with all parties and are consistent with Resolution 2712. They lay the foundation to expand sustained, desperately needed humanitarian aid. Of course, humanitarian aid cannot be delivered if humanitarian workers are not protected, and all parties have an obligation to protect UN and humanitarian personnel. We offer our deepest condolences to all the families, friends, and colleagues of UNRWA staff who lost their lives since October 7. Attacks against UN shelters and facilities are unacceptable. We have also continued to press that work journalists do in conflict settings is vital, and they too must be protected. Israel must avoid damage to civilian infrastructure like hospitals, power stations, water facilities, and telecommunications infrastructure. Regarding the regional dimensions of this conflict, we are concerned by the renewed violence along the Blue Line. Restoring calm there is of utmost importance, as is fully implementing Security Council Resolution 1701. Moreover, we condemn the recent attacks by Houthis against 3 separate commercial vessels operating in international waters on the southern Red Sea. Consistent with Iran's long-term support and encouragement of the Houthis' destabilizing actions in the region, we know that Iran was engaged in planning Houthi operations. Iran has the choice to provide or withhold this support, without which the Houthis would struggle to effectively track and strike commercial vessels navigating shipping lanes through the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. We welcome the Council's press statement condemning these attacks and underlining the importance of navigational rights and freedoms of all vessels in the Red Sea. We are engaged in intensive consultations with partners and allies to determine the appropriate next steps. The United States has also been clear about the dangers from the rise in extremist violence committed by Israeli settlers against Palestinians in the West Bank. Violent extremist settlers must be held accountable for violent acts. And so, the United States is implementing a new visa restriction policy targeting individuals believed to have been involved in or meaningfully contributed to undermining peace, security, or stability in the West Bank. President Biden has been clear. The Palestinian people deserve a state of their own and a future free from Hamas. And a two-state solution is the only way to guarantee the long-term security of both the Israeli and the Palestinian people. Members of this council advocating for resolutions have an obligation to explain how their proposals will break the cycle of unceasing violence and support the steps we all agree are necessary to lay the foundation for a more peaceful and secure future so that history does not keep repeating itself. Our goal should not simply be to stop the war for today. It should be to end the war forever, break the cycle of unceasing violence, and build something stronger in Gaza and across the Middle East so that history does not keep repeating itself. As has been the case since day one of this crisis, the United States will continue to use all its influence to encourage the reunification of hostages with their loved ones and the further expansion of aid to Palestinian civilians in Gaza who have suffered tremendous losses. We will continue pressing for the protection of civilians as Israel pursues legitimate military objectives. And we will not give up on a future where Hamas does not control Gaza, which is untenable for Israel's and the region's security and the well-being of the Palestinian people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco al representante de Estados Unidos por su declaración. Tiene la palabra la representante de Albania.
Thank you, President. I would like to start by thanking the Secretary General for calling this meeting and for his remarks. Like others in this room, Albania shares the deep concerns on the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. We commend the efforts of the United Nations, regional partners, the United States, and all those who are working to guarantee the free flow of humanitarian aid in Gaza. We are also encouraged by the recent news on the possible use of the Kerem Shalom crossing for screening and inspections. It would increase and expedite the entry of more humanitarian assistance into Gaza, which is so much needed. Throughout this week, approximately 80 trucks per day made their way into Gaza, compared to over 200 during the November's week-long humanitarian pause. Civilians in Gaza need much more humanitarian aid than before the Hamas attack. President, while all efforts are concentrated in the protection of civilians and the provision of humanitarian aid to all those in need, we must not lose sight of the entire picture in this terrible situation. We reiterate our condemnation of the terrorist attack of Hamas on Israel and its people on the 7th of October, including the indiscriminate rocket launches on the residential areas of Israel. The horrible events of 7th of October, the abduction of innocent civilians, and the consecutive violence, including sexual violence and psychological pressure exercised on them, are unacceptable. Nothing justifies the abduction of civilians, and nothing can excuse their use for political goals. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of the hostages in compliance with international humanitarian law, and also condemn the use of Palestinian civilians as human shields by Hamas. The Security Council must stand up for such injustice towards the Palestinians, Israelis, and civilians of other nationalities, and hold Hamas accountable. We regret that the Security Council has not been able to condemn Hamas terror. By not condemning Hamas, the Security Council risks empowering them. This lack of condemnation does not contribute in empowering the Palestinian Authority, doesn't help the Palestinian people, and does not contribute to the security of the entire region. Colleagues, the huge impact of the conflict between Israel and Hamas on the Palestinian civilians cannot be ignored. We call on Israel to fully comply with international humanitarian law and to exercise the principle of proportionality and distinction in its military operations. Protection of civilians at war is a must, and lives matter the same, Israelis and Palestinians alike. More should be done in protecting them and the civilian infrastructure. Furthermore, we call on Israel to address the issue of the increased settlers' violence on Palestinian civilians in the West Bank. We deplore the extremist violence and call for those responsible to be held accountable. In conclusion, President, while all efforts are invested towards restoring the calm on the ground, the international community must also seek to restore the perspective of a political horizon based on securing Israel's right to exist and its security on one hand, and a viable pathway for Palestinians to have their own state and freedom on the other hand. It's time to think seriously and start setting the foundation of a future in security, dignity, and prosperity for all. Thank you, President.
Agradezco a la representante de Albania por su
I thank the
declaración.
representative of
Tiene la
Albania
palabra la
for her statement,
representante de
and I give
Malta.
the floor to the representative
Thank
of
you,
Malta.
President. I also thank the Secretary General for his sobering briefing and emphasize Malta's full support for his decision to invoke Article 99 of the Charter. The catastrophic situation and hostilities in Gaza are fueling unprecedented levels of human suffering and threaten regional peace with serious international repercussions. Over 15,000 people have been killed so far, 67% of whom are women and children. Apart from the implementation of all provisions of Resolution 2712, which includes the unconditional release of all remaining hostages, an immediate humanitarian ceasefire is now critical. We are disappointed that the temporary truce that was achieved a few weeks ago, allowing for the release of hostages and much-needed aid into Gaza, has broken down. The resumption of hostilities in the Gaza Strip is disconcerting. This renewed fighting has brought with it more deaths and devastation, and added to the extreme hardships of a population under siege. President, in the past weeks, several UN agencies and humanitarian partners have outlined the unfolding catastrophe. This Council must heed their warnings. Inaction is not an option. Civilians in Gaza are lacking the basic means for survival. These include food, water, and medicine. The healthcare system is on its knees. Collapsing hospitals and a handful of UNRWA facilities are sheltering over 1 million people. 133 UNRWA workers have been killed. The agency's ability to work is at stake. These conditions are compounding serious risks of widespread disease. Children are yet again bearing the brunt of the hostilities. They continue to be killed, maimed, and denied access to healthcare and education. Thousands have been orphaned. This must stop. The future of an entire generation is being jeopardized. There is no scenario which justifies the denial of aid for 2.2 million people, 80% of whom have been displaced. In conformity with international law, all parties are obliged to ensure that civilians and civilian infrastructure are protected. The scaling up and distribution of humanitarian aid, together with the safety of UN and humanitarian workers, must be guaranteed. The only way to achieve these imperatives is through a humanitarian ceasefire. On several occasions, Malta has unreservedly condemned Hamas's acts of terror, including the heinous attacks of 7th October, the attack in Jerusalem on 30th November, and the indiscriminate rocket fire. Hamas's strategy of embedding itself among civilian infrastructure in Gaza and reports of sexual violence committed are reprehensible. Terror has no justification, and this Council must also be clear in rejecting it. Malta recognizes Israel's right to protect her people, but all actions must be in line with international humanitarian law, including the principles of distinction, proportionality, and necessity. President, the situation in the West Bank has seen unprecedented escalations in the past 8 weeks. We are deeply worried at reports of increasingly heavy incursions, restrictions, and mass detainment occurring throughout the West Bank, including in refugee camps. A resurgence of illegal settler encroachment and violence is also gravely concerning. Settlements are illegal under international law and constitute an obstacle to peace. We condemn the forcible transfer of the Palestinian community in Zanuta and the recent destruction of its EU-funded school by Israeli settlers. Furthermore, we are alarmed at the precarious skirmishes on the Israeli-Lebanese border. Malta condemns all violations on the Blue Line, including attacks against UNIFIL. We strongly call for all parties, including non-state actors in the region, to exercise restraint, de-escalate and respect the norms of international law. Further conflict fronts must be avoided at all costs. Vitally, a comprehensive resolution of the spiraling crisis must include a serious recommitment towards peace. This is only achievable through dialogue and a political horizon which aims to holistically address both Israel's security concerns and the legitimate aspirations of Palestinians, including their right to self-determination. Malta reaffirms its unwavering commitment to a two-state solution along the pre-1967 borders, addressing the legitimate aspirations of both sides, with Jerusalem as the future capital of two states, living side by side in peace and security, in line with relevant Security Council resolutions and internationally agreed parameters. We remain convinced that this is the only path to a lasting and sustainable peace in the Middle East. I thank you.
Agradezco a la representante de Malta por su declaración. Tiene ahora la palabra el representante de Francia.
Monsieur le Président, je salue la présence du secrétaire général parmi nous ce matin. Je lui redis le plein soutien de la France. C'est son devoir de nous alerter pour que nous puissions remplir collectivement notre responsabilité de maintien de la paix et de la sécurité internationale. Le secrétaire général l'a dit clairement. La situation humanitaire dans la bande de Gaza est catastrophique. Une semaine après l'expiration de la trêve, elle est exposée aux bombardements, au risque d'épidémie et de famine, au manque d'accès aux soins médicaux et aux conséquences des déplacements sur un territoire toujours plus restreint. Face à la gravité de cette crise, ce Conseil doit continuer d'agir. La France propose une nouvelle trêve humanitaire immédiate et durable qui doit conduire à un cessez-le-feu pérenne. Cela est nécessaire pour acheminer davantage d'aide. Les acteurs humanitaires ne sont plus en mesure de mener leurs opérations. Un accès sûr et sans entrave doit être assuré et le droit international humanitaire doit être respecté. La protection des populations civiles, des infrastructures civiles et de santé et des personnels humanitaires doit être pleinement garanti. L'accès à l'eau, au carburant, aux médicaments, à la nourriture et aux biens de base doit être assuré. L'ouverture de nouveaux points de passage est nécessaire, y compris celui de Kerem Shalom, tout comme l'augmentation du volume passant par Rafah. Les procédures de contrôle ne doivent pas retarder l'acheminement de l'aide. Agir, c'est aussi poursuivre notre mobilisation. C'était l'objet de la réunion de suivi de la conférence du 9 novembre, présidée par la ministre Catherine Colonna, qui s'est tenue le 6 décembre. La conférence du 9 novembre avait permis de recueillir plus d'1 milliard d'euros. Nous devons faire plus encore, y compris à travers l'UNRWA. La France a déjà annoncé 100 millions d'euros additionnels pour 2023, dont 54 millions pour l'UNRWA, ainsi qu'un nouvel envoi de fret humanitaire de 600 tonnes qui s'ajoute aux 200 tonnes déjà acheminées. Elle soigne aussi des civils sur le porte-hélicoptère Dixmude. Agir, c'est aussi en finir avec le Hamas et les autres groupes terroristes qui ont commis les pires exactions le 7 octobre, y compris les violences sexuelles. Il est inacceptable que ce Conseil n'ait pas encore pu condamner ces actes. Israël peut compter sur le soutien de la France pour lutter contre le Hamas. Elle a adopté des mesures contre les commandants du Hamas en vue de les étendre au niveau européen. Le Hamas et les autres groupes doivent libérer tous les otages immédiatement et sans condition. Monsieur le Président, la situation en Cisjordanie est préoccupante. La France condamne fermement les récentes décisions en matière de colonisation et les violences exercées par des groupes de colons. Les autorités israéliennes doivent les faire cesser et poursuivre leurs auteurs. La France envisage pour sa part des mesures d'interdiction du territoire français et de gel
impose a bar on entry to France and an asset freeze against these people. France is mobilizing to avoid a regional conflagration and calls on all parties for restraint to the continuing clashes along the Lebanese border between Lebanon and Israel is of grave concern. We call on all parties involved to fully implement Resolution 1701. Mr. President, what's most important is to restore a political horizon on the basis of the only viable solution, the two-state solution, two states living side by side in peace and security. It's not enough to invoke these prospects. We need to make this a reality without further ado, make them a reality. To delay once again is to ensure that the next crisis will be even worse than the tragedy we're experiencing now. France is ready to
Le président de la République et la ministre sont pleinement mobilisés en ce sens et poursuivent leurs échanges continus avec leurs interlocuteurs de la région. Je vous remercie.
Agradezco al representante de Francia por su declaración. Tiene ahora la representante de Suiza.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci d'avoir convoqué ce débat en répondant à l'appel du secrétaire général dont la Suisse salue la présence au sein de ce Conseil aujourd'hui. L'invocation pour la première fois sous son mandat de l'article 99 de la Charte des Nations Unies témoigne de la situation dramatique qui prévaut au Moyen-Orient aujourd'hui. Je prends cette occasion pour réitérer nos très sincères condoléances pour les 130 collaborateurs et collaboratrices des Nations Unies qui ont perdu leur vie. La Suisse partage la même préoccupation que le secrétaire général. La situation risque d'avoir des conséquences irréversibles pour la paix et la sécurité de la région tout entière, voire au-delà. Il est par conséquent impératif que le Conseil de sécurité soit saisi et agisse pour prévenir une détériorisation encore plus grave. La Suisse a fermement condamné à plusieurs reprises les actes de terreur, les attaques indiscriminées et les prises d'otages perpétrées par le Hamas depuis le 7 octobre dernier. Ils ont fait plus de 1200 victimes en Israël, dont de nombreuses femmes et jeunes filles qui ont été notamment exposées à des violences sexuelles et basées sur le genre. Jamais dans cette région le tribut payé par les populations civiles palestiniennes n'aura été aussi lourd en si peu de temps. En 2 mois, plus de 17 000 Palestiniens, dont 70% de femmes et d'enfants, ont toujours, selon les sources disponibles, été tués dans les bombardements à Gaza. La Suisse déplore la mort de milliers de civils en Israël et dans l'ensemble du territoire palestinien occupé et exprime ses plus sincères condoléances aux familles de toutes les victimes. La Suisse a fait du respect du droit international humanitaire et de la protection des civils en particulier une priorité pour son mandat au Conseil de sécurité. Avec le secrétaire général, nous faisons
Along with the Secretary General, we have arrived at the bitter conclusion that there is, and I quote, no effective protection for civilians, and that, I quote, no one is safe, unquote, in Gaza today, not even humanitarian workers, the medical staff, and the wounded, not even journalists are safe. There were more than 63 journalists killed, according to the Media Freedom Coalition, since 7 October. Not even the 138 hostages are safe, whose immediate and unconditional release we call for. We reiterate that investigations need to be carried out into all violations of international law committed in Israel and throughout the occupied Palestinian territory to ensure that the perpetrators are brought to justice. The destruction and damage to civilian infrastructure, including more than 60% of housing units, the collapse of the medical system, the saturation of schools and other UNRWA structures which have become places of refuge for more than 1 million people, all of this plunges the Gaza Strip into total insecurity. We call for respect for IHL and human rights, while recognizing Israel's right to ensure its security. We also remind the belligerents of their obligations in the conduct of hostilities, particularly that of respecting the principles of proportionality
Le respect du droit international humanitaire et des droits humains est une nécessité afin de prévenir une escalade régionale de ce conflit, dont nous voyons des signes inquiétants aussi bien en Cisjordanie qu'au Liban. Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, la tradition humanitaire à laquelle mon pays est intimement lié est née au milieu d'un champ de bataille et de ruines. Cette tradition prône l'obligation de venir en aide aux civils dans le besoin. C'est pour cette raison que la Suisse considère favorablement le projet de résolution présenté par la délégation émiratie pour un vote prévu cet après-midi. La résolution 2712 de ce Conseil véhicule ce même devoir d'humanité. Elle rappelle qu'il faut assurer un accès humanitaire complet, rapide, sûr et sans entrave aux civils. Le constat que la mise en œuvre de cette résolution est
The observation that the implementation of this resolution is untenable in the current circumstances means that this minimum of humanity is not currently guaranteed in Gaza. Humanitarian aid is an obligation. It is not an end in itself. It will save lives and inject some dignity into a conflict that imperatively needs a political solution in the terms repeatedly emphasized by this Council and in accordance with international law. Thank you.
Agradezco a la representante de Suiza por su declaración. Doy ahora la palabra al representante de Mozambique.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we thank Ecuador presidency for convening this emergency meeting. Our appreciation is extended to the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, for calling the Security Council's attention to the escalating danger and the catastrophic implication of the Gaza situation poses to global peace and security in accordance with Article 99 of the UN Charter. Mr. President, since the resumption of hostilities on the 1st December 2023, following a week of humanitarian pause, the reports in Gaza, including the southern region, bearing the brunt of the Israel military operations, are of an increasingly worse scenario. The situation is quickly getting out of control, posing potential long-term effects on the security and stability of the region, as well as the Palestinian people in general. There is a possibility of a collapse in the humanitarian system, as highlighted by the Secretary General, and underscores the need to collective action to avert this imminent humanitarian disaster. It is in this vein Mozambique echoes the UN Secretary General's appeal for an immediate ceasefire to prevent the humanitarian crisis. To alleviate the continued suffering of innocent civilians in Gaza, a permanent humanitarian ceasefire between the parties is required. The repeated warnings from UN agencies, humanitarian organizations, and other players of an impending monumental humanitarian crisis in Gaza should prompt us to take immediate action. Mr. President, given the scale of loss of life in Gaza, Mozambique calls upon this Council and the international community to fully leverage their influence for the cessation of hostilities in Gaza, ensuring humanitarian assistance and restoring dialogue between the parties. We urge the Israeli authorities to implement the Security Council Resolution 2712 of November 15, 2023, to enable the delivery of life-saving supplies and services that are vital to the survival and well-being of defenseless civilians, particularly children. Practical steps must be taken now to ensure the implementation of this resolution, including an effective mechanism. Mr. President, we reiterate our call to the parties to comply with their obligations regarding to protect of civilians in accordance with the international human rights law and international humanitarian law. We urgently call the parties to demonstrate leadership and courage by engaging in dialogue to achieve a long-lasting solution, allowing both Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side in peace and security as good neighbors in accordance with the United Nations Charter. Finally, to realize this noble goal, we appeal the members of the Security Council to exert their influence on the concerned parties. I thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco al representante de Mozambique por su
I thank
declaración.
Mozambique for your statement.
Doy ahora la palabra a la representante de Reino Unido.
Give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President, and thank you to the Secretary-General for your briefing and for your letter to the Security Council under Article 99. Colleagues, these are dark days. The horror of Hamas' 7 October attacks hangs over us, including the shocking reports of sexual violence by Hamas against Israeli women and girls, and the terrible and heart-wrenching suffering of innocent Palestinians, including many women and young children, is a humanitarian tragedy unfolding before our eyes. The Secretary-General, who has our strong support, set out clearly the trajectory towards humanitarian catastrophe facing Palestinians in Gaza. We need to respond, and to respond with urgency. The sheer scale of civilians killed is shocking, and the fact that 80% of the population has been displaced in Gaza cannot continue. The UK continues to support Israel's right to defend itself against Hamas terrorism as it seeks the return of over 100 hostages who are still held in Gaza. But we are absolutely clear that Israel must be targeted and precise in achieving that goal. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary of the UK have delivered this message and will continue to do so. Civilians must be protected. In parallel, we need a marked increase in the provision of sustainable and unhindered delivery of life-saving aid and essential services to prevent a humanitarian catastrophe from taking place. This includes increasing the types of aid allowed. The sanitation and shelter picture, together with the lack of medical provision in Gaza, is dire, and there's a desperate need for sanitation and shelter kits and vital medicines. It is welcome that Kerem Shalom will now be opened for screening aid deliveries. We urge Israel to go further and to fully open Kerem Shalom to allow goods to cross, so that the huge volumes of aid that are needed can reach the people of Gaza. This should include, at minimum, the 200,000 litres of fuel per day for which the UN has called. It is imperative that we work to agree further urgently needed humanitarian pauses, building on the pivotal work of Egypt, Qatar, and the United States. President, as we work to halt the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, we need also to work to avoid escalation in the West Bank, including in occupied East Jerusalem. Israel's announcement approving further settlements in the lower aqueduct area of East Jerusalem is alarming and serves only to raise the tensions in the West Bank when international effort is focusing on avoiding further conflict. Let me be clear. Settlements are illegal under international law. They present an obstacle to peace, and they threaten the physical viability and delivery of a two-state solution. This decision must be reversed with immediate effect. President, let us work together to deliver peace, dignity and security for Israelis and Palestinians alike. I thank you.
Agradezco a la representante del Reino Unido por su declaración. Tiene ahora la palabra el representante de Gabón.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le secrétaire général pour son engagement et ses efforts pour faire prévaloir la lettre et l'esprit de la Charte des Nations Unies dans la guerre entre Israël et le Hamas, dont l'échelle de violence meurtrière et de destruction ont atteint des proportions inhumaines. Nous exprimons notre profonde appréciation et notre soutien pour l'importante mesure de responsabilité du secrétaire général d'activer l'article 99 de la Charte des Nations Unies. Le Conseil de sécurité se doit de répondre sans plus attendre à l'appel solennel et sans précédent du secrétaire général devant l'ampleur de la catastrophe humanitaire insoutenable qui se déploie sous nos yeux dans le siège de Gaza. Il est fondamental de parvenir à un cessez-le-feu immédiat pour arrêter la tragédie à Gaza. Face à l'échelle de gravité pour la sécurité régionale et internationale et le risque d'embrasement, nous devons raviver l'espoir suscité par l'adoption par ce Conseil de la résolution 2712 du 15 novembre 2023. Chers collègues, aucun calcul n'est acceptable lorsqu'il s'agit de sauver les vies humaines. Le Gabon condamne fermement toutes les attaques qui visent les populations civiles et appelle toutes les parties à faire preuve de retenue et de s'en tenir au respect de leurs obligations en vertu du droit international humanitaire. Il est plus qu'urgent d'établir un cessez-le-feu humanitaire. Ce Conseil se doit sans relâche de poursuivre les efforts dans ce sens afin de sauver des vies humaines, particulièrement celles des enfants, des femmes et des populations civiles dans Gaza et dans la région. De même, nous devons insister pour que l'aide humanitaire soit acheminée sans entrave et en quantité suffisante dans le respect du droit humanitaire. Nous redisons qu'il est impératif que tous les otages soient libérés. Nous redisons que la constitution de populations civiles en bouclier humain est inadmissible. Nous redisons qu'une action militaire de punition collective concernant des populations civiles est inacceptable. Nous redisons que le droit à la légitime défense d'Israël doit respecter le principe de proportionnalité, de distinction et de précaution. Le Conseil de sécurité doit faire preuve de plus d'engagement en faveur de la reddition de comptes pour la violation de graves violations du droit international depuis les attaques barbares du Hamas du 7 octobre que mon pays a fermement condamné. Pour le Gabon, la solution au conflit israélo-palestinien est subordonnée à la reprise du dialogue et du processus de paix pour parvenir à la solution à deux États coexistant de manière pacifique sur la base de frontières internationalement reconnues. La solution à deux États doit être concrétisée sans plus attendre. Without further delay, to achieve this, dialogue and negotiation are key with the central role of the United Nations. Thank you.
Agradezco al representante de Gabón por su declaración. Tiene ahora la palabra el representante de Japón.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank you, Secretary General Guterres, for your briefing. Mr. President, it has been more than 2 months since Hamas's brutal terror attack on October 7th, where more than 1,200 people were killed in Israel and around 250 taken hostage, and more than half of whom are still held captive. We once again unequivocally condemn the terror attacks by Hamas and other militants and demand the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. Since that attack, Gaza has descended into one of the most devastating humanitarian crises in the world. More than 17,000 Palestinians have been reportedly killed. The majority of them are women and children, and thousands more are under the rubble of destroyed buildings. This is an appalling loss of life. Now, winter is approaching in Gaza, and the streets and UNRWA facilities are packed with the newly displaced, many of whom are fleeing from a second time. Most basic goods are not available. To echo the words of the Secretary General, the nightmare in Gaza is a crisis of humanity. Mr. President, Japan takes seriously the Secretary General's invocation of Article 99 of the UN Charter, urging the members of the Security Council to avert a humanitarian catastrophe and to appeal for humanitarian ceasefire to be declared, given the grave human loss in such a short period of time. We deeply regret that no significant humanitarian aid has been delivered since the breakdown of the humanitarian pause last week. The delivery of essential supplies solely through the Rafah crossing is utterly insufficient. Of course, we welcome that Israel agreed to open Karem Shalom crossing for screening and inspection. The establishment of monitoring mechanism under the authority of the UN is also critical. Japan believes the Council cannot simply watch the situation deteriorating. It is our responsibility to address this grave humanitarian situation immediately. What is more, there are increasingly serious spillover concerns in the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and the Red Sea. This situation could all too easily engulf the already volatile region. Against this backdrop, Japan's position is clear. Humanitarian concerns should be given utmost priority. All parties must abide by UN Security Council Resolution 2712. And more than that, the Council must urgently speak in a united voice, whatever the language we may agree upon, to avert a further deterioration of the humanitarian situation. The bottom line is that hostilities must stop immediately for a period that allows for meaningful humanitarian operations to avert a humanitarian catastrophe. Mr. President, only a two-state solution will enable both Israelis and Palestinians to live in lasting and secure peace. Today, that goal seems far off. Gaza has been devastated. The task of reconstruction will be enormous, and we must consider what political and security arrangement will be in place when the fighting stops. But even amidst the current disparate crisis, we must not forget that peace and coexistence is possible. I thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco al representante de Japón por su declaración. Tiene ahora la palabra la representante de Ghana.
Give the floor to Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin by thanking you for convening this meeting. I also thank the Secretary General for his briefing and his intervention and efforts in helping to find a solution to the ongoing war between the State of Israel and Hamas. Mr. President, the resumption of hostilities, which followed the end of the temporary humanitarian pause that was brokered by the State of Qatar and the United States, has been of great concern to Ghana. We are equally worried about the challenge of committing to the spirit of the humanitarian pauses and the obligation to preserve civilian lives and infrastructure, which makes a humanitarian ceasefire more necessary now, as called for by the Secretary General. It is in that regard that we welcome the decision by the Secretary General to invoke Article 99 of the UN Charter, which has only been invoked 4 times in the over 7 decades of history of the United Nations, the last time being in 1989. We note that the ongoing Israeli-Hamas conflict has unfortunately taken a heavy toll on the civilian population on both sides and consequently created a serious security and humanitarian crisis not only in Gaza, but also in Israel and the other occupied Palestinian territories. It is regrettable that civilians and non-combatants, especially those residing in the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and Israeli communities along the border with Gaza, are bearing the brunt of the violence. We are concerned that the already dire humanitarian situation in Gaza has rapidly worsened in the last few days. Unfortunately, the use of heavy weaponry and the bombardment of Gaza has made it extremely difficult for humanitarian actors to have access to many of the internally displaced people, including the aged, pregnant women, and children who face significant challenges, including limited access to essential services such as healthcare, clean water, and electricity. Ghana, like all the other delegations, is worried about the decision by the Israeli government to expand its ground operations to cover all parts of the Gaza Strip. The decision puts the lives of the civilian population in the densely populated Gaza Strip at serious risk. We note that the destruction of critical infrastructure, including schools and hospitals, exacerbates the suffering of innocent civilians caught in the crossfire. We join in the appeal by the Secretary General and all Council members for both Israeli security forces and Hamas to prioritize and put in adequate measures to protect civilians on both sides, as per the principles of international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict. The ongoing war presents complex security and humanitarian concerns that require immediate attention by this Council. The security concerns of both Israel and the Palestinian people must be addressed. International cooperation, direct diplomatic negotiations, and a commitment by both Israel and Palestinian Authority to engage in frank dialogue are essential to address the underlying causes of the conflict and for achieving lasting peace for both Israelis and Palestinians. The security of Israel and the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people for their homeland lies in a deepened commitment to a negotiated two-state solution on the basis of the pre-1967 borders with Jerusalem as the shared capital. We call on Council members with moderating influence on both Israel and Hamas to use all means possible to heed the calls of the international community for steps leading to peace and an eventual settlement of the conflict. In closing, we wish to reiterate our long-held belief that it is only through a comprehensive and inclusive approach that the Middle East question can be settled. I thank you.
Agradezco a la representante de Ghana por su declaración. Tiene ahora la palabra el representante de Brasil.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the Presidency for convening this open briefing upon the timely request of the United Arab Emirates and the Russian Federation. I thank the Secretary General for his important briefing. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is appalling and without precedent. Secretary General Guterres, for the first time since the beginning of his tenure, invoked Article 99 of the Charter to address this Council, and it is not that the world has been spared from serious conflicts elsewhere since then. We commend the Secretary General's initiative, which convenes another express call for a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. Appeals for a humanitarian ceasefire from the international community, the United Nations, humanitarian actors, and also by all members of this Council have justifiably multiplied over the past weeks after more than 2 months of conflict. An urgent ceasefire is even more needed now since the resumption of hostilities. The conflict has brought the humanitarian system in support of civilian lives in Gaza to the point of total and unprecedented collapse. Over 80% of Palestinians in Gaza were uprooted from their homes and are becoming ever more deprived of the minimum necessary to survive. These conditions are unacceptable. We recall Brazil's efforts in this Council since the very beginning of the crisis, including during its presidency. Our draft resolution was supported by the vast majority of Council members, but was vetoed by a permanent member, as was the case with other drafts. Our proposal called for immediate humanitarian pauses, among other provisions. If adopted on that occasion, thousands of lives would have been saved. Brazil also spared no efforts in joining the international initiatives in support of a humanitarian ceasefire and to ensuring the protection of civilians. We are being constantly reminded that there is no safe place in Gaza. The repetition of this extremely worrying statement, compounded by the increasing and devastating human toll prompted by the conflict, constitutes another wake-up call to this Council. We must step up and act responsibly to respond to this unfolding tragedy. The dramatic humanitarian situation leaves us with no alternative. We need an immediate halt in hostilities for as long as necessary, allowing for proper humanitarian action. The provisions of Resolution 2712, recently adopted by this very Council, must be fully implemented. In the absence of this, we, particularly those responsible for any failure, risk complicity and a very negative judgment by history. It is difficult to express the frustration that many of us continue to feel. That frustration is not just with Council inaction. We urge all those with power to influence the key stakeholders to allow for the necessary conditions for a meaningful action by the Council. Mr. President, once again, it is necessary to reiterate that obligations under international law, and especially international humanitarian law, must be respected in any conflict. We recall the need to act according to the principles of distinction, proportionality, necessity, and humanity. The protection of the civilian population and civilian infrastructure is an obligation under international humanitarian law, as is the prohibition of forcibly displacing civilians or the taking of hostages. We reiterate the call to allow access to hostages to the International Red Cross. All this, unfortunately, applies to the current hostilities in Gaza. There can be no politically and morally justifiable attitude towards the growing tragedy in Gaza, other than working to protect civilian lives now and keep up the pressure for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages still held captive. We members of this Council have more than a moral imperative now. We need to do what is in our reach to stop this humanitarian catastrophe. Failing this task would likely result in a scenario where the authority and legitimacy of the Council would erode even further and prove its incapacity to discharge its duties according to the United Nations Charter, to the detriment of world peace and security, as we can see in these days. As a consequence of all said, we will vote in favor of the draft resolution tabled by the UAE for a vote this afternoon, and we co-sponsor it. Thank you.
Agradezco al representante de Brasil por su declaración. A continuación, formularé una declaración en calidad de representante del Ecuador. Para comenzar, quisiera agradecer al secretario general por su intervención de esta mañana y reiterar el respaldo del Ecuador para su trabajo y el de todo el sistema de las Naciones Unidas en estos difíciles momentos. El pasado miércoles, por primera vez en más de 30 años, se ha invocado el artículo 39 de la Carta, que permite al secretario general llamar la atención de este Consejo hacia cualquier asunto que, a su juicio, pueda amenazar el mantenimiento de la paz y la seguridad internacional. Lo ha hecho ante la magnitud de la pérdida de vidas humanas en Gaza e Israel en los 2 meses transcurridos desde los ataques terroristas perpetrados por Hamas el 7 de octubre. Lo ha hecho porque la situación se está deteriorando rápidamente y para evitar que se derive en otro colapso total, una catástrofe con consecuencias que podrían resultar irreversibles para la paz y la seguridad en la región. Excelencias, colegas, el Ecuador ha sido claro en condenar de manera enérgica e inequívoca los injustificables y atroces ataques terroristas perpetrados por Hamas, así como en demostrar que todos los rehenes sean liberados inmediatamente y sin condición alguna. Lo hemos hecho en repetidas ocasiones en este y en otros foros, y hoy lo volveremos a hacer. Asimismo, hemos sido claros en recordar que el pueblo palestino tiene un derecho inalienable a la libre determinación y aspiraciones legítimas de vivir con seguridad, libertad, justicia, oportunidades y dignidad. Hemos expresado nuestra solidaridad con Israel y con Palestina, porque todas las vidas son valiosas, porque nos duelen todas las muertes, porque no hay justificación alguna para causar dolor y muerte a civiles inocentes. Hemos señalado que Israel tiene el derecho a defender a su población y también la ineludible obligación de respetar los principios del derecho internacional y el derecho internacional humanitario al ejercer tal derecho. También hemos rechazado el uso de civiles como escudos humanos por parte de Hamas. En definitiva, nuestra posición ha sido clara y ha estado fundamentada en el derecho internacional y en la defensa de la vida y la dignidad humana. Estos son los principios que nos guían en este y en todos los temas, sin doble estándar. Colegas, excelencias, en coherencia con estos principios y ante el llamado del secretario general, creemos que es ineludible un cese al fuego humanitario que permita aliviar la terrible situación en Gaza y disminuye el riesgo de una expansión de la violencia en la región. Por desgracia, ninguna acción de este Consejo puede recuperar vidas perdidas, pero sí podemos intentar evitar más sufrimiento, más dolor y más muertes. Cada día, cada minuto, cada segundo cuenta, porque cada vida cuenta. Retomo ahora mi rol como presidente del Consejo. Doy ahora la palabra a la representante de Egipto.
Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente, y felicitaciones para asumir la presidencia del Consejo de Seguridad. Permítame hablar en árabe, mi lengua.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I congratulate you.
En nombre del grupo árabe. أتحدث إليكم اليوم باسم المجموعة العربية مستحضرا التاريخ يذكر الجميع بأن الأمم المتحدة التي نتحدث اليوم تحت رايتها أنشئت من رحم معاناة بشرية هائلة أثناء الحرب العالمية الثانية بهدف منع تكرارها. لقد وضعت الدول المؤسسة لميثاق الأمم المتحدة نصب أعينها أن الهدف الأسمى لهذه المنظمة والمهمة والواجب الأول لهذا المجلس المؤقت مجلس الأمن هو ما نص عليه الميثاق وأقتبس: نحن شعوب الأمم المتحدة قد ألينا على أنفسنا أن ننقذ الأجيال المقبلة من ويلات الحروب وأن نؤكد من جديد إيماننا بالحقوق الأساسية للإنسان وبكرامة الفرد. وفي سبيل هذه الغايات اعتزمنا أن نضم قوانا كي نحتفظ بالسلم والأمن الدوليين. نهاية الاقتباس. سيد الرئيس، إن العالمين العربي والإسلامي بل وكل الشعوب المحبة للسلام والعدل وكل صاحب ضمير حي بات ينظر لدور هذه المنظمة وهذا المجلس وتحديدا في هذه الكارثة الإنسانية غير المسبوقة التي تحيق بالشعب الفلسطيني الأعزل بكثير من الغضب والاتهام، نعم الاتهام والانتقاد، لغياب العدل والمساواة والإنصاف بعد أن عجز المجلس لمدة شهرين عن أداء واجبه في وقف إطلاق النار، بل وبات فيه مع الأسف من يعرقل هذا الوقف ويمنعه في سابقة خطيرة ستؤثر حتما إن لم تكن أثرت بالفعل على مصداقية منظمة الأمم المتحدة في التعامل مع الأزمات الحالية والمستقبلية. سيد الرئيس، يحل اليوم مطلع الشهر الثالث للحرب على غزة التي أسفرت حتى الآن عن مقتل أكثر من 17,000 قتيل فلسطيني من أبرياء هذا الشعب الأبي الأعزل. 70% من هؤلاء الضحايا من النساء والأطفال، وهي نسبة تكذب وبشكل فاضح الادعاء بأن هذه حرب على جماعة مسلحة. هي حرب للعقاب الجماعي
It is a war of
والإبادة الجماعية للأسف الشديد للشعب الفلسطيني، حيث أدت الحرب إلى تدمير أكثر من 60% من المباني والمنشآت السكنية في القطاع، وتدمير وإلحاق الضرر بأكثر من 339 منشأة تعليمية و26 مستشفى و56 منشأة صحية أخرى و20 مرفق خاص بالمياه والصرف الصحي و121 مقرا حكوميا و56 سيارة إسعاف و100 مسجد، ناهيك عن الأمم المتحدة استهداف الأمم المتحدة ذاتها التي لم تسلم من القتل والدمار بعد أن قتل من موظفيها ما يزيد عن 130 موظف أممي. وأود هنا باسم كل العرب أن أشيد بشجاعة ونزاهة العديد من موظفي الأمم المتحدة سواء في الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة أو في مقر وعلى رأسهم السكرتير العام للأمم المتحدة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش على أدائهم لمهامهم وواجباتهم ومساعيهم الصادقة لمساعدة الشعب الفلسطيني وما يبدونه من شجاعة وإخلاص في الدفاع عن قيم هذه المنظمة العربية رغم الاستهداف الإجرامي بحقهم ورغم المصاعب التي تفرضها إسرائيل القوة القائمة بالاحتلال على عملهم ورغم ما يتعرضون له من حملة إرهاب وتشويه. المجموعة العربية تشد على أيديكم بكل قوة وتحيي نزاهتكم. أنطونيو غوتيريش، لازاريني، لين هاستينغز، سيما بحوث، مارتن جريفيث، تور وينسلاند، وسنقف بجواركم طالما استمر وفاؤكم بواجباتكم وحفاظكم على قيم الأمم المتحدة. سيد الرئيس، تسجل المجموعة العربية أمامكم جميعا أن العدوان الإسرائيلي أفضى إلى نزوح أكثر من 1.5 مليون فلسطيني داخل قطاع غزة. 85% من سكان القطاع أجبروا قسرا على النزوح والعيش في ظروف بالغة الصعوبة في مقرات الأونروا والمدارس والمستشفيات وفي العراء، ظروف تمثل أبشع صور جرائم الحرب والجرائم ضد الإنسانية والتي تهدف بشكل واضح وبكل الأسف لمحاولة القضاء على الشعب الفلسطيني وتصفية قضيته. سيد الرئيس، في الضفة الغربية والقدس الشرقية أيضا وتصاعد جرائم المستوطنين تحت نظر وحماية الجيش الإسرائيلي، حيث أصبحنا أمام عملية قتل ممنهج بحق أبناء الشعب الفلسطيني الذي سقط منه بالضفة الغربية والقدس الشرقية منذ أكتوبر الماضي ما يزيد عن 250 قتيل شهيد، علاوة على العديد من النازحين بسبب التوسعات الاستيطانية، الاستيلاء على البيوت وهدم المنشآت وهجمات المستوطنين الإرهابية. وتسجل المجموعة العربية أن هذا الاحتلال الغاشم يتمادى في غيه أيضا بالهجوم المتكرر على كل من سوريا ولبنان والتي يستهدف خلالها القرى الآمنة في جنوب لبنان والجيش اللبناني والصحفيين الذين ينقلون الحقائق تحت ذرائع واهية وبشكل قد يجر المنطقة بأسرها لمواجهة إقليمية واسعة. سيد الرئيس، تدعو المجموعة العربية مجلس الأمن للنهوض بواجباته ومسؤولياته تجاه حفظ السلم والأمن الدوليين، وتطالبه في هذا السياق بوقف إطلاق النار الإنساني فورا وفقا لمشروع القرار العربي المطروح أمامكم لحقن الدماء. تلك فرصة للمجلس لإنقاذ ما يمكن إنقاذه بعد أكثر من 60 يوما من اندلاع الحرب. كما ندعو المجلس أيضا للتعامل الحثيث مع الوضع الإنساني المأساوي في قطاع غزة. وقد وضعت الإمارات العربية المتحدة العضو العربي بالمجلس أيضا نظركم مشروع قرار إنساني آخر بهدف دفع تدفق المساعدات
humanitarian draft resolution in order to increase the assistance to the unarmed Palestinians through all crossings. Mr. President, the Arab group stresses once again
بأن المطالبة بوقف إطلاق النار وفتح
demanding a ceasefire and opening the crossings and allowing the flow of humanitarian assistance is not an act of pity or sympathy, but it is a right of civilians enshrined in international instruments and the agreed principles of humanitarian rights. It is also a political obligation and legal and moral obligation on all of us. Mr. President, distinguished members of the Council, the Arabs were the ones who initiated peace with Israel and for long decades have expressed their commitment to a political solution despite the rejection of Israel to engage with the cause for peace and despite the repeated crimes of Israel against civilians and despite the ideological extremism that is on the rise in Israel. The Arabs continue to commit to peace because they understand well as people of a civilization that violence will not lead to peace and genocide will not succeed in ending the cause of the nation, and that dialogue and peaceful coexistence are the only way for stability to be achieved in the region. This is what leads us after ending this destructive
للتمسك باستئناف العملية السياسية في أسرع وقت السلام العادل والشامل في منطقة الشرق الأوسط من خلال إنشاء الدولة الفلسطينية على حدود 4 يونيو 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية وخالص الشكر سيدنا.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Agradezco la palabra al representante de Egipto. Tiene ahora la palabra la representante de Qatar.
شكرا لكم السيد الرئيس. ألقي هذا البيان باسم الدول الأعضاء بمجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية، دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، مملكة البحرين والمملكة العربية السعودية وسلطنة عمان ودولة قطر ودولة الكويت. وبداية نشكركم على عقد هذا الاجتماع كما ونشكر الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة على مشاركته القيمة. سيد الرئيس، في ظل التطورات الخطيرة التي يشهدها قطاع غزة، فإن دول مجلس التعاون تدين العدوان الإسرائيلي وتحمل إسرائيل المسؤولية القانونية عن اعتداءاتها المستمرة التي طالت المدنيين الأبرياء وأسفرت عن قتل آلاف المدنيين في قطاع غزة، معظمهم من النساء والأطفال، في انتهاك صريح للقانون الدولي والقانون الدولي الإنساني. وترفض دول مجلس التعاون أي مبررات وذرائع لوصف العدوان الإسرائيلي على قطاع غزة بأنه دفاع عن النفس، وتطالب دول مجلس التعاون المجتمع الدولي باتخاذ الإجراءات اللازمة ضمن القانون الدولي للرد على ممارسات الحكومة الإسرائيلية
to consider the Israeli aggression as an act of self-defense. The international community must take necessary steps in the framework of international law to react to Israeli practices and the measures of collective punishment against the inhabitants of Gaza. We invite the international community to provide the protection to our brethren Palestinian people. We reject measures leading to the forced displacement of the inhabitants of Gaza. We condemn that the occupation forces are targeting civilian infrastructures, including schools, hospitals, and refugee shelters. Also, the occupation forces are killing journalists and are targeting international facilities, as well as the headquarters of the Qatari Committee for the Reconstruction of Gaza. The Israeli blockade contravenes international humanitarian law and Resolution 2417,
للتوصل إلى الهدنة الإنسانية وتمديدها،
in fact,
التي سمحت بتبادل
their actions
الأسرى
are meant to
وإيصال
prevent
المساعدة.
the delivery of humanitarian assistance and as a policy to starve the Palestinian people. We welcome the mediation of the United States, Egypt, and others in Qatar in achieving a humanitarian truce, which led to the exchange of hostages and the delivery of humanitarian assistance. We regret the end of the truce and the increase in Israeli attacks, which has led to the displacement of millions and prevents the work of numerous humanitarian UN organizations. We welcome Resolution 2712, which calls for humanitarian truce and immediate humanitarian truces and lasting ones
كما نشيد بالخطوة التي اتخذها الأمين العام بتوجيه رسالة إلى مجلس الأمن بموجب المادة 99 من ميثاق الأمم المتحدة طالب فيها الأمين العام المجلس بإعلان وقف إنساني عاجل لإطلاق النار. وفي هذا الصدد نشدد على أن مسؤولية المجلس بموجب ولايته وفق الميثاق تحتم أن يطالب بوقف إنساني فوري لإطلاق النار، وأن يطالب الأطراف بالامتثال لالتزاماتهم بموجب القانون الدولي بما فيه القانون الإنساني الدولي، لا سيما بخصوص حماية المدنيين. ولذلك فإننا ندعو المجلس إلى أن يعتمد اليوم القرار المقدم من قبل دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة باسم المجموعة العربية. وبالإضافة إلى ذلك تطالب دول مجلس التعاون بالوقف الفوري لإطلاق النار وضمان توفير وصول المساعدات الإنسانية والإغاثية والاحتياجات الأساسية الكافية دون عوائق إلى محتاجيها في جميع أنحاء قطاع غزة، واتخاذ الخطوات الكفيلة بتسريع إدخال المساعدات بشكل مباشر، إضافة إلى استئناف إمدادات الكهرباء والمياه والسماح بدخول الوقود والغذاء والدواء. سيد الرئيس، لقد سارعت دول مجلس التعاون إلى تقديم المساعدات الإنسانية الإغاثية للأشقاء في غزة، إضافة إلى الدعم المالي المستمر لتلبية الاحتياجات الإنسانية ودعم أنشطة الأمم المتحدة وخاصة وكالة الأنروا التي ازدادت احتياجاتها في ظل الدور المحوري الذي تؤديه خاصة في ضوء الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية على منشآتها وموظفيها. بهذا الخصوص ندعو المجتمع الدولي إلى زيادة الدعم الإنساني العاجل لصالح نداءات الأمم المتحدة الإنسانية ووكالة الأنروا. سيد الرئيس، تؤكد دول مجلس التعاون على مواقفها الثابتة من مركزية القضية الفلسطينية وإنهاء الاحتلال الإسرائيلي ودعمه لسيادة الشعب الفلسطيني على جميع الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة منذ يونيو عام 1967 وتأسيس الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية وضمان حقوق اللاجئين وفق مبادرة السلام العربية وقرارات الشرعية الدولية، مؤكدة على ضرورة مضاعفة جهود المجتمع الدولي لحل الصراع بما يلبي جميع الحقوق المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق وفق تلك الأسس. في هذا الإطار تدعم دول مجلس التعاون مبادرة المملكة العربية السعودية والاتحاد الأوروبي وجامعة الدول العربية لإحياء عملية السلام في الشرق الأوسط بالتعاون مع جمهورية مصر العربية والمملكة الأردنية الهاشمية. كما تدعو مجلس الأمن إلى إصدار قرار باستكمال الاعتراف الدولي بدولة فلسطين المستقلة وأن تنال العضوية الكاملة في الأمم المتحدة. ختاما السيد الرئيس، نغتنم هذه الفرصة لنعرض مجددا عن وقوف دول مجلس التعاون مع الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق أثناء هذه المحنة الراهنة ودعمها لثباته على أرضه وتضامنها التام معه إلى حين حصوله على جميع حقوقه المشروعة. وشكرا لكم السيد الرئيس.
We must be intransigent and act until we achieve their full rights. Thank you very much.
Agradezco a la representante de Qatar. Tiene ahora la palabra el representante de Indonesia.
To the representative of Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am speaking on behalf of Bangladesh, Malaysia, Maldives, Namibia, Timor-Leste, Turkey, and my own country, Indonesia. Mr. President, in one autumn season, the world stood by and watched over 16,000 people killed in Gaza, whole families and generations wiped out, including more than 6,000 children. The latest words to describe the situation faced by innocent women and children in Gaza is apocalyptic conditions. Saying this has taken a toll in our collective conscience is an understatement. If we fail to act, history will judge us as accomplices to crimes against humanity. When the world vowed never again over 75 years ago, it was not meant only for certain race, nor for certain religious group. It was to protect everyone in this world. It was to save humanity. Mr. President, we fully support the Secretary General's recent letter to the member of this Council calling for a humanitarian ceasefire. In this very Council, on the 24th of October open debate, we underline that an immediate ceasefire is vital to end atrocities and the deteriorating humanitarian situation. This is the least that the Council should do if we truly want to uphold human rights and humanity. And this is why we are proud to co-sponsor the draft resolution on humanitarian ceasefire. We call on the Council to adopt this declaration today. In this regard, allow me to state 3 points. First, please show compassion to humanity. Focus on the innocent civilian, women, children, the infirm. How many more lives, how many more children must we sacrifice? How many more must die before the relentless assault is halted? 20,000, 50,000, 100,000? Listen to the collective plea of the global community. Stop the attack on women and children in Gaza. Let adequate humanitarian assistance into all parts of Gaza. Second, the threat of spillover of the conflict may not just be regional, but global. The situation in Gaza is being broadcast 24/7, uncensored, through social media and electronic channels. The world watches in horror as women and children become innocent casualties in this devastating conflict. We cannot afford to let radical elements take up arms in different parts of the world, or even radicalize the moderates. Lastly, let us reaffirm our commitment to uphold international law and international humanitarian law in its entirety. There must be no double standard in upholding international law and international humanitarian law, in upholding accountability. It should be applied equally to all countries, no matter big or small. There must be no double standards on humanity. For these reasons, we appeal to members of the Council, do the right thing. Stop these inhumane acts against the Palestinians. Listen to your conscience. Let us choose peace over conflict, compassion over cruelty, and unity over division. Let us work to bring peace to Palestine and Israel. Let us address the root cause and make the two-state solution a reality. Thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco al representante de Indonesia por su declaración. Doy ahora la palabra a la excelentísima señora Heda Samson, encargada de negocios interina de la delegación de la Unión Europea ante las Naciones Unidas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The EU supports the UN Secretary General's call for the UN Security Council to act to avert the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and the collapse of the humanitarian system. Urgent action is needed to ensure the protection of all civilians. The EU deplores the high number of civilian casualties killed, the majority of which are women and children. We commend the strong efforts of the UN and all humanitarian actors to deliver life-saving aid in extremely dire conditions. We deplore the death of a record number of UN staff members and other humanitarian workers who have paid the ultimate price. Full respect of international law and international humanitarian law by all sides is of paramount importance. We urge all sides to respect these principles and note that there must be accountability for violations of international law. The EU calls for the urgent implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 2712 and supports its call for urgent and extended humanitarian pauses and corridors throughout the Gaza Strip for a sufficient number of days to enable, consistent with international humanitarian law, full, rapid, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access. The civilian population is in desperate need of more food, water, fuel, electricity, and medical care, as well as safe shelter. We regret that since the end of the humanitarian pause, the entry of humanitarian aid has declined from already insufficient levels. Access to these necessities must be urgently restored at sufficient levels to address the very high level of need, and we call for establishing additional routes to bring in life-saving aid to Gaza. The EU stands ready to continue its support, while it has already increased its humanitarian aid to more than 100 million euros. The EU and its member states will continue to work closely with international partners, the UN and other agencies, as well as countries in the region. Mr. President, there is no justification for terror. The European Union has condemned in the strongest possible terms Hamas' brutal and indiscriminate terrorist attacks across Israel. Israel has the right to defend itself, in line with international law and international humanitarian law. All hostages must be immediately released, and ICRC must be granted access to them and allowed to bring them required medical support. The EU continues efforts with its partners to prevent regional escalation, and we continue to engage with Israel, the Palestinian Authority, as well as other regional and international partners to this end. We call on regional actors to refrain from any action that can further aggravate the situation. The Palestinian Authority must be supported by all members of the international community, and it must be reinvigorated to ultimately return to govern Gaza as the legitimate Palestinian governance body in charge of the whole occupied Palestinian territory. Democratic Palestinian institutions based on respect for the rule of law and human rights are vital for the Palestinian people. The EU deplores the increased extremist settler violence in the West Bank and recalls that Israel has the duty to protect civilians in the West Bank, to hold perpetrators accountable and ensure that the IDF intervenes. Furthermore, in line with the EU's commitment to implement Security Council Resolution 2334 and recalling that settlements are illegal under international law, constitute an obstacle to peace and threaten to make a two-state solution impossible, the EU reiterates its strong opposition to Israel's settlement policy and actions taken in this context. Mr. President, the EU underlines that the only sustainable solution that will bring security to the Middle East is peace. The European Union is ready to contribute to reviving a political process on the basis of the two-state solution, including through the Peace Day effort, and welcomes diplomatic peace and security initiatives, and supports the holding of an international peace conference soon. I thank you.
Agradezco a la excelentísima señora Samson por su declaración. No hay más intervenciones inscritas en la lista. Se levanta la sesión.
Vienna, Hesed.
אין ממש תשובה.
אנחנו בהתחלה ממש לא הבנו למה אלוהים שנה במסיק, כאילו, היגר קרוב.
לא, למה יש, לא, כי בהתחלה זה היה סיודאים, קודם כל יום ב-5:30. הולכים לישון ב-2.
אבל לא, אם כן, תקופה ארוכה.
בהתחלה זה באמת היה מוזר. עכשיו המצב סוכר.
לא, אבל עכשיו הוא בטח בשפיות. כאילו, זה בשבינת מלחמה.
ממש כזה.
איפה את היית בשביעית היום?
אני הראשונה שהגעתי בדות.
כן?
פייתי בבית.
לא בשקט שאני אומרת לך. מה?
שלום איתה אפרתי.
אני כאילו קצינה, לא? לא. לא צריך כאילו קצינה מגזין.
אפילו קפה.
איילה. מה? הוא יגיד שאלות לנו?
שיגיד שאלות.
שלא יראה כאילו לא...
זה כמו שיש לו לייב פייסבוק, הוא שם את זה לפעמים שבע.
כן. אולי פתאום נשאר לקפוץ.
כל
אלה שואלים שאלות היום?
אתה רוצה שנציג את הקו הפקס שישאל שאלות?
כל פעם שאני באה יש איזה אלמנט תיאוריה חדש.
תקשיבי, 80 אמרה לי השבוע שהיא רוצה שנרכוש שני פנסים חדשים, והיא אמרה לי איזה.
מה לרכוש?
שני פנסים חדשים.
נכון. די, כמה פנסים אפשר לשים פה? לא, כי אין לנו אחר כך על הצוות.
חיים שלי, מה קורה לך? אני מה שביקשתי משלומית עד עכשיו קיבלתי.
אני אעבוד.
אפילו קודם שקוף בחשתי.
הוא היה גם באמת, מהניילון.
את יודעת שכשיצאתי את הסתם אמר לי, למה לא אכלתי אותו כל שנה? אז אמרתי לו, אני יכולתי לעשות את זה חדר, אמר לי, תקשיבי, פעם באה לעשות את זה רגיעה פקצצים.
אני כל דבר שביקשתי.
אנחנו עומדים בזמן או שלא?
כן.
זה יופי.
כולם כבר קוצים רוצים לעוף. שתדעי.
כאילו כל מי שנמצא פה אחרי הצהר הולך הביתה?
לא, לא. הם סוגרים שבת.
ממש. כן, זה בשבת האחרונה שלי. בשבת האחרונה שלי. שתדע, כאילו, באוברמן. לא, בקטע טוב אני פשוט. די, נגמרתי כבר. לא, אני מראה לך.
צריכה 26. מילואימניק אצל מראה לך שזה בסדר? תודה רבה. בשמחה ובששון.
לא, אני שואל את עצמי. סוף חודש 28. Welcome to the level. איתי. סוף החודש.
סוף החודש למען כלבים.
ביום הביטוח הלאומי. מה? אי אפשר, זהו. טוב מאוד. טוב מאוד. טוב, בואו נשים טלפונים על השטק. ב-28.
מה זה יום ביטוח לאומי?
מי שמקבל ביטוח לאומי הוא מקבל ב-28, נכון? אנחנו לא כאלה מקבלים בראשון החודש, אבל...
מה כאילו קורה בחשבון הבנק שלו?
שתדעי שהוא מסר. חשבתי שהוא יוצא במלחמה. ברוך השם.
בול. איתי, תגיד לה.
תאיר 16 או בנק? 16. כולם מקבלות עליי.
ערב טוב ושבת שלום. שני לוחמי צה"ל נפצעו באורח קשה הלילה במהלך פעילות ברצועת עזה לחילוץ חטופים מידי חמאס. הכוחות פשטו על איתור של החמאס וחיסלו מחבלים שלקחו חלק בחטיפה ובהחזקת החטופים. הודעה נמסרה למשפחות הלוחמים שנפצעו. לא חילצנו חטופים בפעילות זו. אנחנו נמשיך לפעול במגוון דרכים, מבצעיות ומודיעיניות. יחד עם שירות הביטחון הכללי, נפעל בכל דרך להשבת כל החטופים הביתה וגם להשגת מידע אודותיהם. נציגי צה"ל בקשר כל העת עם משפחות החטופים ומעדכנים אותם בכל מידע מהימן על יקיריהן. אנחנו נמצאים בשלב העצים של הלחימה הקרקעית. כוחותינו פועלים בלב מרכזי הכובד של החמאס, בדרום ובצפון הרצועה במקביל, בג'באליה, בסג'איה ובמרחב ח'אן יונס. הכוחות פועלים באופן מקצועי ובאומץ לב במרחבים מורכבים וממולכדים במטענים רבים. אנחנו מנהלים קרבות עזים עם מחבלי חמאס שמתחבאים מתחת לקרקע ועולים בגלל פעילות כוחותינו, וככה נוצרים קרבות ונהרגים מחבלים. אנחנו מחסלים מחבלים רבים ורואים יותר ויותר מחבלים שנכנעים בקרב ומסגירים את עצמם לכוחותינו. ב-48 שעות האחרונות עצרנו יותר מ-200 חשודים, עשרות מהם הועברו לחקירה של יחידה 504 של אגף המודיעין ושירות הביטחון הכללי בשטח הארץ, ובהם גם מפקדים בחמאס ופעילי נוח'בה. התחקור שלהם מסייע להמשך פעילות הכוחות בשטח. בצפון, לפנות בוקר, חיסלנו חוליית מחבלים במרחב ארדוב. תצפיתנית, זיהתה חוליית מחבלים חמושה והכווינה כלי טיס מופעל מרחוק אשר הצליח לתקוף אותה. לאורך היום תקפנו מטרות של חיזבאללה בשטח לבנון והשבנו באש למקומות מהם בוצע ירי לשטחנו. מוקדם יותר בוצע ירי לעבר מוצב צה"ל. הערב, ערב השבת התשיעי למלחמה ונר חנוכה שני. לוחמות ולוחמי צה"ל הנלחמים בעזה ומגינים בגבולותיה יציינו את השבת בשטח. הם נלחמים בגבורה ובאומץ לב בעזה ומגינים בכל הגבולות כדי שנוכל לחיות כאן בביטחון. אני רוצה למסור מכאן לכל לוחמות ולוחמי צה"ל בשטח שבת שלום וחג שמח.
assim não podes entrar para fazer foto.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Declaro abierta la sesión número 9499 del Consejo de Seguridad.
Meeting of the Security Council.
En el orden del día provisional para esta sesión figura el siguiente tema: la situación en Medio Oriente, incluida la cuestión palestina. Queda aprobado el orden del día. De conformidad con el artículo 37 del Reglamento Provisional del Consejo, invito a participar esta sesión a los representantes de Afganistán, Andorra, Angola, Antigua y Barbuda, Arabia Saudita, Argentina, Azerbaiyán, Bahamas, Bahrein, Bangladesh, Barbados, Belarus, Bélgica, Belice, Benín, Bolivia, Bosnia y Herzegovina, Botswana, Camboya, el Chad, Chile, Colombia, las Camorras, el Congo, Costa Rica, Cuba, Djibouti, Egipto, El Salvador, Eslovenia, España, Etiopía, Fiji, Filipinas, Finlandia, Gambia, Granada, Guyana, Indonesia, Irak, Irlanda, Islandia, Jamaica, Jordania, Kazajistán, Kenia, Kirguistán, Kuwait, Lesoto, Líbano, Libia, Luxemburgo, Madagascar, Malasia, Maldivas, Marruecos, Mauritania, México, Namibia, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Noruega, Omán, Pakistán, Perú, Polonia, Portugal, Qatar, República Centroafricana, República Democrática del Congo, República Democrática Popular Lao, República Dominicana, San Marino, San Vicente y las Granadinas, Santa Lucía, Saint Kitts ou Nevis, Senegal, Seychelles, Sierra Leona, Singapur, Somalia, Sri Lanka, Sudáfrica, Sudán, Surinam, Tailandia, Tayikistán, Timor-Leste, Trinidad y Tobago, Turquía, Uganda, Uzbekistán, Venezuela, Vietnam, Yemen y Zimbabue. Así queda acordado. Propongo que el Consejo invite al observador permanente del Estado observador de Palestina ante las Naciones Unidas a participar en esta sesión de conformidad con el reglamento provisional y la práctica establecida al respecto. Como no hay objeciones, así queda acordado. El Consejo de Seguridad comenzará ahora el examen del tema 2 del orden del día. Los miembros del Consejo tienen ante sí el documento S-2023-970, en el que figura el texto de un proyecto de resolución presentado por Afganistán, Andorra, Angola, Antigua y Barbuda, Arabia Saudita, Argentina, Azerbaiyán, Bahamas, Bahrein, Bangladesh, Barbados, Belarus, Bélgica, Belice, Benín, Bolivia, Bosnia y Herzegovina, Botswana, Brasil, Camboya, Chad, Chile, China, Colombia, Comoras, el Congo, Costa Rica, Cuba, Djibouti, Egipto, Salvador, Emiratos Árabes Unidos, Eslovenia, España, Etiopía, la Federación Rusa, Fiji, Filipinas, Finlandia, Gambia, Granada, Guyana, Indonesia, Irak, Irlanda, Islandia, Jamaica, Jordania, Kazajistán, Kenia, Kirguistán, Kuwait, Lesoto, Líbano, Libia, Luxemburgo, Madagascar, Malasia, Maldivas, Malta, Marruecos, Mauritania, México, Namibia, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Noruega, Oman, Pakistán, Perú, Polonia, Portugal, Qatar, República Centroafricana, República Democrática Popular Lao, República Dominicana, San Marino, San Vicente, las Granadas, las Granadinas, Santa Lucía, Senegal, Seychelles, Saint-Lety-de-Nouveau, Senegal, Singapur, Somalia, Sri Lanka, Sudáfrica, Sudán, Surinam, Tailandia, Tayikistán, Timor-Leste, Trinidad y Tobago, Turquía, Uganda, Uzbekistán, Venezuela, Vietnam, Yemen y Zimbabue. Daré ahora la palabra a los miembros del Consejo que deseen formular una declaración antes de la votación. Tiene la palabra el representante de Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
Mr. President, the draft resolution tabled by the United Arab Emirates, which in less than 24 hours garnered the co-sponsorship of at least 97 UN member states, is clear in its intention: an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. It reiterates the Council's demand that all parties comply with their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, notably with regard to the protection of civilians. It demands the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. And it requests the Secretary General to report to the Council on an urgent and continual basis on the resolution's implementation. It is brief, it is simple, it is crucial. The draft echoes the call for a humanitarian ceasefire made by world leaders, humanitarian organizations, and most recently by the Secretary General in his extraordinary letter. We have expedited the negotiation process because after 63 days of conflict and after more than 18,000 people dead, there is nothing else left to do or say other than to demand this war be brought to an end. The imperative of saving as many lives as possible right now must supersede every other consideration. Mr. President, the adoption of Resolution 2712 on 15 November mattered, but it was not enough. The bombing of Gaza must stop. Humanitarian aid needs to be delivered at scale, and the lives of scores of civilians, including Israeli hostages, must be protected. Colleagues, I implore all of you to vote in favor of this draft resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ahora agradezco la palabra del representante de Emiratos Árabes Unidos. Tiene ahora la palabra el representante de la Federación Rusa.
Спасибо, господин председатель.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Вот уже 2 месяца Совет Безопасности ООН
не
может выполнить возложенную на него функцию по поддержанию международного мира и безопасности и потребовать прекращения кровопролития на оккупированных палестинских территориях и в Израиле. Причина одна – твердолобая, эгоистичная и деструктивная позиция США, которая, стремясь любыми средствами выгородить союзников, фактически запрещает Совету Безопасности ООН вмешиваться. Все это время члены Совета вынуждены
the Council members have been forced to listen to Washington saying that allegedly it was working within the bounds of its quiet diplomacy and that it would be better for everyone else to stay out of it while the numerous American emissaries visit all of the Middle East capitals. The outcomes of this quiet diplomacy are a cemetery of Palestinian children, which is what Gaza has become. Thousands of dead civilians, merciless Israeli bombings that have destroyed hospitals, schools, and UNRWA facilities. And most importantly, an Israel that has been encouraged to activate a new phase of its military operation and that is still planning to flood tunnels in the enclave with seawater, which further threatens more monstrous humanitarian consequences. Yet again, American diplomacy is leaving scorched earth and destruction in its wake. Colleagues, from the current U.S. administration, of course, as our experience shows, it's hard to expect common sense.
У нас на этот счет
нет никаких иллюзий.
We have no illusions on this front.
Но сейчас сложилась абсолютно
However,
исключительная
an
ситуация,
absolutely exceptional situation
в
has come
которой
about,
нужно действовать
in which
незашоренно.
we need to act without blinkers on.
Коллеги, как вы будете объяснять своим собственным
how are you
гражданам,
going to explain to
сотни
your
тысяч
own
которых выходят на митинги в
hundreds
защиту
of thousands of which
Палестины
are
в
coming out to
американских
protest in
городах,
defense of
если вновь
Palestine in American
заблокируете
cities,
требования
if
немедленного
once again you
прекращения
block
огня?
the demand for an immediate
Как вы будете
ceasefire?
смотреть в глаза
How are you
своим
going to
ближневосточным
look
партнерам,
your
которые
Middle East
сегодня
partners in
коллективно
the eye,
просят о
who
поддержке
today are
предложенного
collectively
ОАЭ
asking
проекта
for you to
резолюции?
draft
Я надеюсь, вы
resolution?
отдаете себе
I
отчет,
hope
как
that you
это будет
realize
воспринято в регионе
how
и
this
за
is
его
going to be
пределами.
seen in the region and beyond.
Сегодня весь мир встал на
Today, the
защиту Газы
entire
от
world
тотального
has
разрушения,
stood up to
а его
defend
жители
Gaza
от
from
полного
total destruction
истребления.
and defend its residents from complete
Сейчас вам
extermination.
просто необходимо, наконец,
Now you need to,
сделать
at last,
правильный
once and
выбор.
for all, make the right
И наряду с
choice,
подавляющей
and
частью прогрессивного
alongside the
международного
overwhelming
сообщества
majority of the civilized international
поддержать требования
community,
о прекращении насилия.
support the demand for an end to the violence.
В противном случае вы окажетесь на
Otherwise,
неправильной
you will
стороне
end up
истории,
on the wrong side of history,
поддержав бесчеловечные
having
варварские
supported
действия.
inhumane
И
barbaric
история вам
actions,
этого не
and
простит.
history will not forgive you for this.
Российская Федерация с первого дня
The Russian
эскалации
Federation,
призывала
since the
Совет
beginning of the
Безопасности ООН
escalation, has been
отреагировать
calling on the UN
требованием
Security
о
Council
немедленном прекращении огня.
to respond with a demand for an immediate
Соответствующий проект
ceasefire.
резолюции мы внесли еще
We
16
proposed a draft
октября.
resolution on this on the
К
16th of
сожалению, из-за
October.
позиции западных делегаций
Unfortunately,
он не
due to
был
the
принят.
position of Western delegations, it was not
Сегодня на
adopted.
календаре
Today
8 декабря.
is the 8th of December.
К сожалению, впустую потрачено еще
Unfortunately,
полтора
another
месяца.
month and a half has been wasted.
Самые высокие оценки заслуживают мужество и
The
профессионализм арабской
Greatest
дипломатии и отдельно
appreciation
Объединенных
should be shown
Арабских
to the
Эмиратов,
courage and professionalism of
которые
Arab
взяли на
diplomacy,
себя
and in
подготовку
particular the
столь востребованного
UAE,
продукта
that have
с призывом
taken
к
upon
прекращению огня.
themselves to prepare such a necessary
Мы
product
отмечаем и
calling
то,
for a
что он по
ceasefire.
форме
We also
составлен в
note
лучших
that in
традициях
form it is
исторических
comprised in
решений
the best
Совета
traditions of the
Безопасности по
historic decisions
ближневосточному
of the
сюжету.
Security Council on the Middle East.
Можно с уверенностью
And we
сказать,
can
что
say with
вне
confidence
зависимости от
that,
итогов сегодняшнего
regardless of the
голосования,
outcomes of today's
Абу-Даби
vote,
уже внес
Abu
такой вклад
Dhabi has
в
already
работу
made a
Совета
contribution to the
Безопасности
work
ООН,
of the UN
о
Security
котором будут
Council
долго помнить.
that will be remembered for a long time to come.
Коллеги, у наших западных
Colleagues,
коллег сегодня
our
появилась
Western
еще
colleagues
одна,
today
возможно,
have
последняя возможность
one more, perhaps their last
реабилитироваться
chance
и
to
проголосовать в
rehabilitate
поддержку
themselves and to
представленного
vote in
Объединенными
favor
Арабскими
of the
Эмиратами от
UAE's
лица всех нас
proposed
проекта.
draft that is proposed on behalf
Надеемся,
of all
они
of
ей
us.
воспользуются.
We hope that they will take advantage of this
Благодарю за внимание.
opportunity. Thank you for your attention.
Agradezco al representante de la
I
Federación
thank the
Rusa por su
representative of
declaración.
the Russian Federation for his statement.
Someteré ahora a
I will
votación el
now
proyecto de
submit to the
resolución.
vote the draft resolution.
Quienes estén a favor del proyecto
Those
de
in
resolución que
favor of
figura
the
con
draft
en el
resolution
documento
in document S/2023
S-2023-970, sírvanse levantar la mano.
raise your hand.
En contra.
Against?
Abstenciones.
Abstentions?
El resultado de la votación
The result
es el
of the
siguiente:
vote is as follows.
13 votos a favor,
13 votes in
un
favor,
voto en contra,
1 against,
una abstención.
1 abstention.
El proyecto de resolución
The draft resolution
no ha sido aprobado
has
debido al
not
voto
been
en contra de un miembro permanente
due
del
to the
Consejo.
veto of a permanent member of the Security Council.
Daré ahora la
I will
palabra
now give the floor
a los miembros del Consejo
to
que
the
deseen
members of
formular
the
una
Council who would
declaración
like to
después de la
make a
votación.
statement following the vote.
Tiene la palabra
I give
el
the floor to the
representante
representative
de Emiratos Árabes
of the
Unidos.
United Arab Emirates.
Mr. President, the United Arab Emirates is deeply disappointed with the outcome of today's vote. Regrettably, and in the face of untold misery, this Council is unable to demand a humanitarian ceasefire. Let me be clear. Against the backdrop of the Secretary General's grave warnings, the appeals by humanitarian actors, the world's public opinion, this Council grows isolated. It appears untethered from its own founding document. What is the message we are sending Palestinians if we cannot unite behind a call to halt the relentless bombardment of Gaza? Indeed, what is the message we are sending civilians across the world who may find themselves in similar situations? Mr. President, the disappointing outcome of this vote will not deter us from continuing to implore Council members to act and bring the violence in Gaza to an end. The Council must unite and act to end this war, and the UAE will continue to insist it does. Thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco al
I
representante
thank
de
the
Emiratos Árabes
representative
Unidos.
of the United
Tiene
Arab
ahora la
Emirates, and
palabra
I'll
el
give the floor
representante
to
de
the
Estados Unidos.
representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, despite a rushed process and lack of appropriate consultation by the resolution's authors, the United States engaged in good faith on this text. We proposed language with an eye toward a constructive resolution that would have reinforced the life-saving diplomacy we have undertaken since October 7, increased opportunities for humanitarian aid to enter Gaza, encouraged the release of hostages, and the resumption of humanitarian pauses, and laid a foundation for a durable peace. Unfortunately, nearly all of our recommendations were ignored, and the result of this rush process was an imbalanced resolution that was divorced from reality, that would not move the needle forward on the ground in any concrete way. And so, we regretfully could not support it. We still cannot comprehend why the resolution's authors declined to include language condemning Hamas's horrific terrorist attack on Israel on October 7, an attack that killed over 1,200 people, women, children, the elderly, people from a range of nationalities, burned alive, gunned down, subject to obscene sexual violence. We are very disappointed that for the victims of these heinous acts, the resolution's authors offered not their condolences, nor condemnation of their murderers. It's unfathomable. Nor is there condemnation of the sexual violence unleashed by Hamas on October 7. Over the last 20 years, this Council has repeatedly underscored the need to take seriously all reports of conflict-related sexual violence. Yet this Council and many of its members have been conspicuously silent in response to reports that Hamas committed acts of sexual and gender-based violence on October 7. These incidents must be investigated and condemned, just as we do in any other conflict. Equally disappointing is that the authors declined to add language reaffirming that the ICRC must be permitted to access and provide medical treatment to the hostages still held by Hamas terrorists and other extremists. The resolution also fails to encourage a resumption of humanitarian pauses to allow for the release of hostages and an increase of aid. This formula has worked. It could resume very quickly if Hamas agreed to release women and civilian hostages. This text also failed to acknowledge that Israel has the right to defend itself against terrorism, consistent with international law. This is a right to which all states are entitled. As I stated earlier today, no country could or should tolerate what Hamas did on October 7. If any of our own countries had been attacked in this way, we would all expect this Council to reaffirm our right to protect our citizens. Perhaps most unrealistically, this resolution retains a call for an unconditional ceasefire. I explained in my remarks this morning why this is not only unrealistic, but dangerous. It would simply leave Hamas in place, able to regroup and repeat what it did on October 7. Colleagues, a senior Hamas official recently stated the group intends to repeat the vile acts of October 7, quote, again and again and again, unquote. And yet, this resolution essentially says Israel should just tolerate this, that it should allow this terror to go unchecked. That's not tenable. It's not realistic. And it's a recipe for disaster for Israel, for the Palestinians, and for the entire region. As long as Hamas clings to its ideology of destruction, any ceasefire is at best temporary and is certainly not peace. And any ceasefire that leaves Hamas in control of Gaza would deny Palestinian civilians the chance to build something better for themselves. For that reason, although the United States strongly supports a durable peace in which both Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace and security, we do not support this resolution's call for an unsustainable ceasefire that will only plant the seeds for the next war. Colleagues, like you, I am heartbroken by the images out of Gaza and the deaths of many thousands of civilians, including children. Every innocent Palestinian life lost is a tragedy that rips apart families and communities. It goes without saying that the United States supports the renewal of humanitarian pauses to enable the release of and the provision of additional aid, even as we seek an end to this war, not only for one day or 1 week, but forever. Let us be clear. It is the rejection by the resolution's author of the United States' sensible, indeed essential, proposals that has deprived this Council of an opportunity to support the tough work necessary to break the cycle of violence and to lay the foundation for a more peaceful and secure future. The United States will continue the hard work of diplomacy to free hostages, to increase protection of civilians, to expand humanitarian aid, and to create an opportunity for Palestinians and Israelis to live side by side in peace and security. As well, we need to redouble our collective efforts to surge humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people and create conditions so that humanitarian assistance can reach people who need it, who are in desperate need of food, of water, of shelter. We are working toward that every day with Israel, Egypt, the UN, and others. As President Biden reiterated last week, quote, "A two-state solution is the only way to guarantee the long-term security of both the Israeli and the Palestinian people," unquote. We will continue to work towards this goal because, as Secretary Blinken has said, that is the only way to ensure lasting security for a Jewish and democratic Israel, the only way to ensure that the Palestinians achieve their legitimate aspirations for a state of their own. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France. Mr. President, France is very concerned by the humanitarian tragedy taking place in Gaza. The Secretary General has raised the alarm, and he was right. And it's for this reason that France voted in favor of this resolution. And it's for that reason that we plead for a new, immediate and lasting humanitarian truce that should lead to a sustainable ceasefire. For our part, we don't see any contradiction in the fight against terrorism and the protection of civilians in strict respect for international humanitarian law. We would have wished this Council to finally have been able to condemn the Hamas attacks and those of other terrorist groups on the 7th of October last. Unfortunately, once again, this Council has failed with a lack of unity and by refusing to genuinely commit to negotiations. In doing this, the crisis in Gaza is getting worse and it runs the risk of extending. And the Council is not completing its mandate under the Charter. However, France will continue to be committed, fully mobilizing this Council on all aspects of the crisis, security, humanitarian, and, above all, political. Thank you. I thank the representative of France for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. I begin by thanking the United Arab Emirates for their tireless efforts on this resolution. We deeply regret that the Council was unable to call for an immediate ceasefire despite the desperate need for one. In his letter to the Security Council invoking Article 99 of the UN Charter, the Secretary General conveyed a clear message. The situation in Gaza is untenable and catastrophic, with hostilities inflicting immeasurable suffering and public order on the brink of collapse. President, as stated earlier today, Malta remains gravely concerned by the crisis which has engulfed the region since Hamas's attacks on 7 October. We reiterate our firm condemnation of Hamas's brutal terror attacks on Israel and its people, including sexual violence and the mutilation of bodies. We continue to reiterate our calls for the release of all hostages, immediately, safely, and unconditionally, as mandated by Resolution 2712. The full implementation of all provisions of this Security Council resolution is now even more critical. Whilst recognizing Israel's right to protect her population, we emphasize yet again that its military operations must always abide by international humanitarian law, including the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution. As also stated this morning, the protection of civilians, civilian infrastructure, and humanitarian workers must be prioritized. All parties must comply with obligations under international law. The severely deteriorating humanitarian conditions within Gaza must be urgently addressed. This must include safe and unhindered humanitarian access for UN humanitarian agencies and the implementing partners to facilitate the provision of essential goods and services to the well-being of civilians, especially children. Adequate scaling up of the provisions of supplies to meet the needs of the civilian population also remains urgent. These are critical steps which are needed to save lives and avoid further devastation and the breakdown of public order. Our diplomatic efforts must be geared towards mitigating the risks of regional spillover. We must strive to establish a durable foundation of peace and security for Palestinians and Israelis alike. The parameters for this are well known and have become all the more evident in the midst of this horrific crisis. A recommitment to a comprehensive peace for the Middle East, which prioritizes the two-state solution, has never been more critical. I thank you.
Agradezco a la
I
representante de
thank
Malta
the
por su
representative
declaración.
of Malta
Tiene
for her
ahora la
statement, and
palabra
I
la
give the floor to the
representante del Reino
representative
Unido.
of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. We are gravely concerned about the desperate situation in Gaza. The scale of civilian deaths and displacement in Gaza cannot continue. We welcomed the extended humanitarian pause last month and the release of hostages and humanitarian aid deliveries that took place during it. We call for further and longer pauses to get aid to Palestinians and allow space for further hostage releases. But we cannot vote in favour of a resolution which does not condemn the atrocities Hamas committed against innocent Israeli civilians on the 7th of October. Calling for a ceasefire ignores the fact that Hamas has committed acts of terror and is still holding civilians hostage. Israel needs to be able to address the threat posed by Hamas, and it needs to do so in a manner that abides by international humanitarian law, so that such attack can never be carried out again, and so that we can work meaningfully towards a two-state solution which delivers statehood for the Palestinians, security for Israel, and peace for people on both sides. That's why we abstained on this resolution. Thank you, President.
Agradezco a la representante del
Thank
Reino
the
Unido por su
representative of the
declaración.
United Kingdom for her
Tiene ahora la
statement,
palabra la
and I give the floor
representante
to
de
the
Suisse.
representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons toutes et tous
Thank
eu
you, Mr.
l'occasion
President.
d'exprimer
We
nos
all
positions
have had a
complètes ce
chance to
matin.
express our complete
Permettez-moi donc de
positions
juste
this morning,
ajouter le
so allow
suivant.
me to just add the
La
following.
Suisse a voté oui à la
Switzerland
résolution
voted in
portée par
favour
les
of the
Émirats arabes unis,
resolution introduced
sachant
by
que
the
le
United
cessez-le-feu
Arab Emirates,
humanitaire est
knowing that
compris
a
comme une pause
humanitarian
humanitaire
ceasefire
limitée dans le
is
temps sans
understood
porter
as a
préjudice au
time
droit
limited
d'Israël
humanitarian pause without
d'assurer sa
prejudicing
défense et sa sécurité.
Israel's right to
La Suisse
assure its
regrette que
defence and
cette
security.
résolution
Switzerland
n'ait pas été adoptée.
regrets the
Je
fact
vous
that this
remercie.
resolution was not adopted. Thank you.
Agradezco a la representante
I
de
thank the
Suiza por su
representative of
declaración.
Switzerland for
Tiene
her
ahora la
statement, and
palabra
I give the
el
floor to
representante
the
de China.
representative of China.
Thank you, President. Mr. President, China as well for the massive and tireless efforts for drafting this draft resolution We thank them. At the core of the draft resolution submitted by the UAE on behalf of Arab countries are the requests for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and for all hostages to be released. The draft has nearly 100 co-sponsors, and China is also a co-sponsor. We express great disappointment and regret that the draft has been vetoed by the U.S. 2 months of fighting has already caused unprecedented deaths and destruction. An immediate ceasefire is the overriding prerequisite. On this issue, any negative attitude is untenable, and however much justification remains feeble. It needs to be pointed out that condoning the continuation of fighting while claiming to care about the lives and safety of the people in Gaza and the humanitarian needs there is self-contradictory. Condoning the continuation of fighting while advocating prevention of spillover of the conflict is self-deceiving. Condoning the continuation of fighting while making every mention of the protection of women and girls and human rights is extremely hypocritical. All this shows once again what double standard is. Although the draft resolution has been vetoed, the international community's strong cause for ceasefire and ending the fighting, the protection of civilians, and the prevention of greater humanitarian disasters will not subside, and the steps of the Security Council in upholding justice and fulfilling its duties will not stop. We call on Israel to heed the call of the international community and stop the collective punishment of the people in Gaza. We support further diplomatic mediation to promote the early release of all people held captive. We call upon all relevant parties to pull all efforts towards the common goal of ending the fighting in Gaza, to keep alive the hope of survival for the Palestinian people, and to keep alive the hope for peace in the Middle East region. Thank you, President.
Agradezco la palabra al representante de China por su declaración. Doy ahora la palabra a la representante de Ghana.
Representative of Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the delegation of the UAE for proposing the draft resolution. Ghana voted in favor of the resolution because we believe that the humanitarian situation in Gaza is fast deteriorating and needs to be urgently addressed to avoid any human catastrophe. While acknowledging the overwhelming desire by the international community for an immediate and unconditional humanitarian ceasefire, we believe that such a resolution could have included the condemnation of the heinous attacks perpetrated by Hamas on 7 October 2023. As a Council, we need to ensure that our resolutions address all the underlying issues at hand to maintain the Council's objectivity and its credibility to act as an honest broker for the peaceful settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian question based on the two-state solution. Mr. President, in conclusion, while we regret that the resolution failed, we reaffirm our commitment to the two-state solution and express the hope that future actions of the Council would help save lives. I thank you.
Agradezco a la representante de Ghana por su declaración. Tiene ahora la palabra el representante de la Federación Rusa.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Я думаю, не будет преувеличением
I think it would be no exaggeration to say that today
станет одним из самых черных дней в истории Ближнего Востока. В очередной раз цинично заблокировав призыв к прекращению огня в зоне палестино-израильского конфликта, наши коллеги из США буквально на наших с вами глазах вынесли смертный приговор еще тысячам, если не десяткам тысяч мирных граждан в Палестине и Израиле, включая женщин и детей, а также пытающимся им помочь сотрудникам ООН. Оценку этим действиям Вашингтона даст история.
History will judge Washington's actions.
Можно цинично говорить сколько угодно красивых и пустых слов о демократии, правах человека, женщинах в мире и безопасности, каких-то правилах и каком-то порядке. Однако настоящую цену мы увидели сейчас, когда два члена Совета Безопасности предпочли остаться соучастниками безжалостной израильской войны. Я говорю эти слова не для того, чтобы уязвить наших американских коллег. Я уверен, что итоги нашего голосования острой болью отозвались в сердцах простых людей и в США, и в Великобритании, призывы которых к миру и здравомыслию остались неуслышанными правящими элитами этих стран. Уверен, что они еще скажут свое слово. Нам же в Совете ничего не остается, кроме как удвоить, утроить усилия по выработке решения, которое облегчило бы страдания мирных жителей в тех ограниченных и беззубых рамках, которые нам оставляют для действий Вашингтон и Лондон. Важно обеспечить реализацию принятых Советом резолюции 2712, как бы мы к ней не относились. Ожидаем самые сжатые сроки от Генсекретаря ООН предложения по организации ее мониторинга. Надеемся, что хотя бы что-то все-таки можно сделать в этих рамках. Как мы предлагали ранее, одной из опций могло бы стать расширение мандата органов ООН по наблюдению за соблюдением условий перемирия. Кроме того, ожидаем, что свое веское слово вновь скажет и Генеральная Ассамблея ООН. Мы не можем и не должны оставлять ни в чем не повинных палестинцев и израильтян на милость тех, для кого война — это геополитическая игра и источник обогащения. Спасибо за внимание.
Agradezco al representante de la Federación Rusa por su declaración. Tiene ahora la palabra el representante de Japón.
Thank you, Mr. President. More than 2 months have passed since the Hamas terror attack against Israel on 7th October, followed by Israel's massive military response. After several failed attempts, this Council finally spoke on 15th November by adopting Resolution 2712. Since then, a hopeful week-long humanitarian pause in fighting allowed more emergency aid to enter through the Rafah crossing and for more than 100 hostages to be released. However, after this pause broke down, the situation rapidly deteriorated with a new round of death, displacement, and destruction. It is clear more needs to be done. We voted in favor of this draft resolution at the loss of all civilian life, as we are witnessing now, whether Palestinian or Israeli, is extremely tragic. Under the current situation, Japan also takes very seriously the Secretary General's invocation of Article 99. Japan therefore regrets that this resolution has failed to be adopted. We need to recall, however, that the country that vetoed is engaging in enormous diplomatic efforts to make a tangible difference in improving the humanitarian situation on the ground. That is why we need more joint efforts, unceasing efforts to find common ground where the Council can work together for the people of Palestine as well as those in Israel and beyond, rather than indulging in finger-pointing. So in this regard, I was disappointed by the statement delivered by my preceding speaker. Mr. President, though this is a disappointing outcome, Japan will work constructively with other Council members to find a path forward. Thank you.
Doy las gracias al representante
I thank
de
the
Japón por
representative
su
of
declaración.
Japan for
Tiene ahora la
his
palabra
statement.
la
I now give the
representante de
floor
Albania.
to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, President. Albania voted in favor of the draft resolution on the humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza introduced by the United Arab Emirates, joining the call of the UN Secretary General and the UN agencies to end the hostilities on the ground so the humanitarian access can be delivered to the population in Gaza and to all the civilians suffering from this conflict. We strongly support the clear focus on the protection of civilians and the implementation of international humanitarian law. Let's be clear. We support the call for humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza to save civilians, not to shield Hamas and other terrorists. Therefore, it cannot and must not be seen and misused by Hamas as a new opportunity for regrouping and attacks against Israel and its population, as they have been doing since October 7th terrorist attack, and the Security Council has not reacted to condemn them. It is therefore important for the Security Council to start thinking quickly on how to hold accountable Hamas for the terrorist attacks of the 7th of October, for the hostages that are not freed yet, for the sexual violence used as a weapon of terror by Hamas, and for the huge damage they have inflicted to the Palestinian cause. The people of Gaza should reject Hamas and embrace only the path of peace in order to build their future, and the only way is by securing Israel's right to exist and its security on one hand, and for Palestinians to have their own state and freedom on the other one. I thank you.
Las gracias a la representante de Albania por su declaración. Tiene ahora la palabra el representante de Gabón.
Mr. President, Gabon voted in favor of the draft resolution that was tabled this evening at the initiative of the United Arab Emirates. We did this because of a sense of responsibility that it's time to put an end to this violence. The bloodbath is unacceptable for the civilian population. Once again, this Council was not able to overcome its divisions to unanimously respond to the chaotic situation being suffered by the civilian population, women and children in the ruins of Gaza. To our great regret, there will not be a ceasefire this evening in the war between Israel and Hamas.
Sur le terrain aujourd'hui, à l'appel exceptionnel et sans précédent du secrétaire général des Nations Unies, à travers l'activation de l'article 99 de la Charte des Nations Unies, qui commande une action urgente et coordonnée pour sauver des vies humaines, des vies de milliers d'enfants et des milliers de femmes qui n'ont d'autre recours que le droit international humanitaire et les décisions de ce Conseil. Ce Conseil devra puiser dans l'humanité de chacun de ses membres pour faire preuve de plus d'engagement et faire cesser les hostilités à Gaza. Ce Conseil devra faire preuve de plus d'engagement pour justifier et être à la mesure de sa vocation, de son mandat, d'arrêter les guerres à défaut de les prévenir. Ce Conseil devra dépasser les clivages devant les tragédies, parce qu'il est le reflet de la conscience universelle. Il doit y avoir en tout temps une place dans cette salle pour le rejet de l'horreur, quels qu'en soient les auteurs. Il doit y avoir une place dans cette salle pour le respect du droit international humanitaire en tout temps. Il doit y avoir chaque fois une place autour de cette table pour appeler à un cessez-le-feu humanitaire. Et nous devrons très rapidement revenir pour prendre cette place et nous inscrire à la dimension des responsabilités à assumer. Je vous remercie.
Meet our responsibilities. Thank you very much.
Agradezco al
I thank
representante
the
de Gabón por su
representative of
declaración.
Gabon
Tiene ahora
for
la
his
palabra
statement, and
el
I'll give the floor
representante
to
de
the
Brasil.
representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brazil voted in favor of the draft resolution proposed by the United Arab Emirates on behalf of the Arab group, which we also co-sponsored. We regret it didn't get the necessary approval, despite the 13 votes in its favor. The unprecedented level of the humanitarian tragedy unfolding in Gaza requires urgent action. It continues to be our responsibility to prevent it. That should have been done now by demanding an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, the easing of humanitarian aid, and the immediate and unconditional release of all the hostages, without which the Council risks complicity in allowing further human loss. Sooner or later, Council members must shoulder their responsibility and do what is right. This is not just Brazil's call. Those are the demands of public conscience, the dictates of humanity. The price of inaction is unbearably high, politically, morally, and legally. We might be irreparably harming the prospect of a two-state solution. Brazil will continue to work with Council members with a view to reestablishing the conditions for humanitarian action to resume in Gaza. We must also be consequential in our defense of international law, particularly international humanitarian law, with meaningful action. There is a pressing need to reestablish Council authority, which should be guided by our collective responsibility to ensure peace and security without making exceptions. Now that we failed once again, maybe we could try a more effective negotiating process, which will put the whole responsibility of a draft resolution on all member states. Thank you.
Doy las gracias al representante de Brasil por su declaración.
Thank the representative of Brazil for his statement, and I'll give the floor to the representative of Mozambique.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mozambique deeply regrets that despite the efforts made by this Council, it was not able to reach a consensus and adopt the draft resolution before us, which was meant to address the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. Mozambique voted in favor of this resolution, hoping that it would lead to an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, thereby mitigating the suffering of civilians in Gaza Strip. The concerning humanitarian situation in Gaza Strip and the suffering of the Palestinian civilian population cannot be simply ignored by anyone, and most certainly not by this Council. As previously emphasized, there is an imperative for all parties to comply with their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, to protect the population and civilian infrastructure. Mozambique commends the United Arab Emirates for their efforts to seek a mutually agreed resolution to this conflict to contribute towards peace and security in the Middle East, particularly between Israel and Palestine. We also extend our gratitude and unwavering support for the efforts of the Secretary General to address this conflict in accordance with Article 99 of the UN Charter. Mr. President, we reaffirm our full support for the efforts aimed at the cessation of hostilities and the implementation of the two-state solution in the interest of peace and security between Israel and Palestine, fostering good neighborly relations and promoting regional harmony, all in accordance with the principles of the United Nations Charter. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Mozambique. I will now give an explanation of vote in my quality as representative of Ecuador. As I said yesterday, as the President of Ecuador said yesterday during his visit to the United Nations, our country is always going to be in favor of peace, in favor of ceasefire and putting an end to violence, not only in Gaza, but in any other area or territory of the world. It's no coincidence that he is our President and he presided over the Council yesterday. We reiterate our full condemnation of the terrorist acts against friendly countries, such as Israel. And we believe that every civilian that died in Israel or in Palestine since the 7th of October is a tragedy that makes it more than necessary to move towards peace. We feel it's a matter of urgency to avoid a humanitarian disaster which, as the Secretary General has pointed out, could have irreversible consequences for peace and security in the entire region. That's why we voted in favor of the resolution that we're considering, demanding a humanitarian ceasefire to alleviate the situation for the civilian population and the immediate and unconditional release of all the hostages. What other decision could the country take that is presiding over the body determining international peace and security? We did this.
con el convencimiento de que ambos pueblos merecen vivir en paz, con seguridad y con dignidad, lo que solo se logrará a través de una solución pacífica, negociada, definitiva y justa para las partes, con la existencia de dos estados, Palestina e Israel, sobre la base de las fronteras de 1967 y de las resoluciones relevantes. Retomo ahora mi rol como presidente del Consejo. Doy ahora la palabra al observador permanente del Estado observador de Palestina.
Mr. President, this is the moment of truth. This is a turning point in history, and it is beyond regrettable. It is disastrous that the Security Council was again prevented from rising to this moment to uphold its clear responsibilities in the face of this grave crisis, threatening human lives and threatening regional and international peace and security. Millions of Palestinian lives hang in the balance. Every single one of them is sacred, worth saving. Instead of allowing this council to uphold its mandate by finally making a clear call after 2 months of massacres that the atrocities must end, the war criminals are given more time to perpetuate their crimes. How can this be justified? How can anyone justify the slaughter of entire people? Those who were advocating for a prolonged of the assault on the one hand, while also pleading against the commission of atrocity on the other hand, should be convinced by now that the prolongation of this war obviously implies the continued commission of atrocities, the loss of more innocent lives, more destruction. They are inherently linked. This is the way Israel conducts its war, through atrocities. Hundreds of people will be killed by this time tomorrow, then hundreds more, and then thousands. Children will be killed, orphaned, wounded, disabled for life, not by mistake, but by design, because the killers have no regard whatsoever for Palestinian life, from the cradle to the grave and beyond. Even the killed are now stacked in mass graves or left for days and weeks under the rubble without dignity of burial. More shouts of people still alive will come from under the rubble, asking to be saved. The humanitarian catastrophe will reach new and terrifying depths. Who can justify this? Who can tolerate to witness more of these horrors, to allow them to continue? 2.3 million Palestinians are paying with their lives the price for double standards, bias, racism, Israeli exceptionalism, and supremacy. If you are against the destruction and displacement of the Palestinian people, you must stand against this war. And if you support it, then you are enabling this destruction and displacement, regardless of your intentions, regardless of your efforts. Only the outcome matters when so many lives are at stake. If you are against war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide, you must stand against this war. And if you support it, you are enabling war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide, regardless of your intentions and regardless of your efforts, Only the outcome matters when so many lives are at stake. Finally, let me thank the 100 countries, because the numbers increased since my brother from United Arab Emirates referred to this issue. Let me say again, let me thank the 100 countries who, in less than a day's time, rallied to co-sponsor the draft resolution, and to thank the members of the Security Council who have voted in favor of the resolution with courage and a sense of humanity and human decency. All of you, the 13 of you, including you, Mr. President. We will spare no effort, together with all states who have taken a clear and principled stance with the Secretary General, with civil society, and with peoples around the world who are with us in solidarity to put an end to the slaughter of our people. We will exert every effort to hold those responsible accountable. We will never relent in our efforts to uphold international law, nor will we ever relent in defending the rights of our people and defending our just cause. What is happening these days will have a decisive impact on the fate of our region. Understanding and perception of every country, and relations among communities, peoples, and nations around the world. This is a terrible day for the Security Council. Let me repeat, this is a terrible day for the Security Council. We reject this result and will continue resorting to every legitimate avenue to stop these abhorrent atrocities, including resuming the emergency session of the General Assembly. Ceasefire, ceasefire, save lives. Every further day means lives lost, people killed at an unprecedented pace in modern history. It means barbarism prevailing and humanity abandoned. Humanity must prevail now, for the sake of the Palestinian people in Gaza and for the sake of humanity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco al observador permanente del Estado Observador de Palestina por su declaración. No hay más intervenciones inscritas en la lista. Se levanta la sesión.